tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire na tom tanana dhire na dhire 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 na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana.
Good morning, dear participants. No reply. Good morning. Yes. Okay, are you ready? Okay. So as we did yesterday, we'll start today's debate competition. So all the participants will speak against the topic. We'll go by serial number of lots. Okay. So before I welcome our judges to the front benches, I'll read out the rules and regulations again. Each university shall have 2 participants. One will speak for that completed yesterday, and another different participant from the same team will speak against the proposition. Medium of expression shall be either in English or Hindi, but those who speak for the topic in one language against the topic should also be debated in the same language.
Tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire.
Debaters shall be allowed to speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. As soon as the participants start, a green light will be on, like this. As soon as the participant complete 4 minutes, a yellow light will be on, like this. And then once participant complete 5 minutes, red light will be on. If the participant continue to speak after 5 minutes, he or she will be disqualified, or the participants will not be evaluated. Any form of written matter as aid shall not be allowed. Violation shall be liable for disqualification. Judgments will be based on qualities like coverage, language, diction, and general impression. The specific marks allocated for these aspects of the debate will be decided by the jury. So this is for the kind information of the participants. So I think I'll now call the judges. We shall start. Okay. I think rules are clear. I don't think there is any need for a repetition of the rules. As we call the participant by serial number, they will come with the card with the lot number. They will insert here in this position. Yeah. Insert here. Come with the lot number, they respect the lot number, then fix this card here so that judges will note down. Okay, so as and when we call the participants, they will come with the card given to them. They will insert the card here as I shown earlier so that judges will note down the lot numbers. I hope this is clear. I think with the permission of the jury, shall we start? Shall we start? Okay. Now I call the first lot number 1. Ilva? Okay. Lot number 2? Lot number 1. Okay. Cards. Just please note the lot number 1 is now participants from lot number 1 is performing.
With the discovery of wheels to the use of animals in transportation, with the invention of steam engine to the invention of fuel engine, to the invention of electric vehicles. Yes, it's a very interesting history about transportation, right? A very good morning to everyone present over here. I'm here before you to present a debate on the topic, is India ready for electric vehicles? India is a developing nation with 1.3 billion population, and it's facing a lot of problems regarding the environmental and economic sector. It's a very evident fact that there is a lot of challenges in implementing the electric vehicles and transitioning from the fuel vehicles to the electric vehicles. But we have to consider all this factor before deciding that whether we are ready for it or not. And answering the question, is India ready for electric vehicles? The answer is no. Firstly, the concept is of the charging portals. In India, the government is providing lot of sectors to implement. In India, the government is providing lot of India is promoting many things so that the people will adopt the electric vehicles. But India is facing a lot of problems, and there is seen in the low adoption rate. This is mainly because there is no proper infrastructure for charging these electric vehicles. It's a very surprising fact that there is only 5,200 electric stations to power these electric vehicles, whereas the present requirement is 2 lakh. Yes, it's a very huge difference in the required amount. And also the current infrastructure is very unrealistic, and it's unrealistic, and it is and I would like to end this debate. Thank you, sir.
Hello. No, India is not ready for electrical vehicles. Why? To understand this whole topic, I have divided into 5 subtopics. What are those? Manufacturing defects, infrastructural defects, market and economics defects, after sales services defects, and Indian conditions. Let us understand from manufacturing defects. When I say electrical vehicles, most of my worthy opponents may have highlighted the companies like Tata, Reva, and Ola Cars. And all of them are importing raw materials from countries like China. India is solely dependent on one supply chain only. And until and unless India is not self-sufficient in its own supply chain, India is not ready for electrical vehicles. And I support this statement. Second one is when we have to construct 240 kg of battery, you need 2 lakh kg of raw material, 100 to 300 barrels of oil, which can only produce energy equivalent to 1 barrel of oil only. In this case, where you have taken a toll on environment, you are destroying it. In electric vehicle, 35% of it is just constituted by its battery, which needs 6% of lithium only. And this lithium extraction pollutes the water and has taken a toll on agriculture. In such a populated country with increasing population, India is not ready for taking a toll on agriculture, and that's why India is not ready for electrical vehicles. Let's come to very important point that my worthy opponents may have said that electric vehicles are going to put 0 carbon footprints or net 0 emission, but they have failed to mention that just manufacturing of one battery releases 10 to 40 tons of carbon dioxide. So how it is carbon emission free? Next, come to the second point, which is infrastructural defects. Our Indian government is very investing in charging outlets. It is investing, but with such a country, with such a topographical diversity, from islands to deserts to northeastern remote area, is it possible to establish charging outlets there? I think no. It is very important to understand that the charging speed in India is just 25 kilowatt hours, while in other country it is 120 kilowatt hours. In such condition, India is not ready for electric vehicles. According to a research, there is only less than 1% penetration of electrical vehicles in market, which is my third point, market and economy. In India, our government, after OEM or battery swapping method, is now focusing on home charging system, which will increase your home electric cost by 50%. Welcome, where all the middle class people are not going to accept because it will add a burden on their budget. In India, when we are saying that we are investing, the investments are not channelized. Now, our Union Budget 2023 has allocated $5.71 billion for faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, 2 schemes. But those investments are not channelized in a greater way. My 4th point is after-sale services. In India, 50 to 60% of vehicles are second-hand or second-hand used vehicles. That's why until and unless each and every roadside mechanics of India is not well equipped with technical know-how of electrical vehicles, India is not ready for electrical vehicles. Because it is very important to understand that in India, there is a very lesser know-how how to invest. When we say, is India is ready for electrical vehicles, the answer lie in INS, 3I, 3S. 3I means innovation, infrastructure and investment, system, sustainability and stability. India is not ready with I, not ready with S. That's why India is not ready for electric vehicles. Let's come to the 4th point and very much important point. We are an energy deficient country, 5,691 million units deficient energy country. And our 23 crore population is living under poverty. 10% increase in unemployment. And it is very important to understand that our hunger index is 107 out of 129 countries. In such condition, India is not ready because we have a lot of challenges in front of us. Without solving them, we cannot move into a new revolution. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Hello. Hello. All the participants, one announcement. You please switch off your mobiles. And also when the speaker is, when there is anyone speaking, please don't move in and out. Thank you. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. One more announcement. Lot number, when you get your lot number, raise the lot number, show it to the judges and then insert it to the. Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. One of the critical sector of our economy, striving as the nervous system of our nation to translocate the people from one place to another is transportation. So friends, now I'm going to speak against the notion that no, India is not ready for electric vehicles. Before jumping into the topic, initially, let me explain you what are these electric vehicles. Yes, these are the vehicles which use electric motors for the propulsion. Now, please take your mind inside an electric vehicle where we use the lithium-ion batteries for the generation of electricity. And we all know that currently India is importing all of its lithium from countries like Australia, Argentina, China, and Hong Kong. Even though we have discovered the lithium deposits from Jammu and Kashmir, we can never imagine ourselves for its mining and extraction without having any feasible mining technology today. Yes, we must agree with the fact that critical metal extraction will lead to serious implications on the biodiversity, and we may have to face the environmental consequences. Today, right from college students to higher officials, crores of people in India are dependent on fuel-dependent vehicles, which has become part and parcel of their life cycle, which imparts the message that there is least demand for the electric vehicles. And to say that we are ready for electric vehicles, we must be having enough plug points. But surprisingly, As per February 8, 2023 report, India is having less charging stations to recharge the electric vehicles, and it must be increased 9 times to meet the existing requirements. Moving on, it's very sad to say that 31 million Indian homes are still in dark without electricity, which is the basic amenity of life. When these people are deprived of electricity, how can you say that we are ready for electric vehicles? Any developing nation should blur the boundaries of social, economic, and educational status by enlightening the minds of the citizens, by igniting the sparkle of impartiality in them. Can India bring the electric vehicles without fulfilling the domestic electric current? Currently, we have n number of fuel station workers, taxi drivers, bus drivers in India. In the name of electric vehicles, don't you feel that you are snatching away their employment and ruining their standard of living? If transportation is a tree, I would say that quality road connections would be its roots. Safe driving with well-equipped machineries would be its branches. And the very beauty of fuel run vehicles is that it will give you the wonderful feeling of driving your own vehicle, which will be lost when you sit mechanically in an electric vehicle. Please remember that never lose your ethics and driving skills in the race of technology. Earth provides enough to satisfy man's needs, but not his greeds, says Mahatma Gandhi. So friends, instead of purchasing costly lithium-ion batteries from elsewhere, let's go for the cultivation of eco-friendly biofuel crops, such as maize, pongamia, and sugarcane, soybean, etc., where we can extract the biofuels, such as bioethanol, biodiesel, where we can utilize it effectively. Being the responsible citizens of India, first, let's try to fulfill the domestic electric current and ensure the employment security for the drivers, to embrace the positivity and spread the awareness of our culture to conserve the humanity. And as per Abdul Kalam's teachings, let's try to give the best return to our country back, which gave us everything. Thank you.
So now I call upon block number 4. Judges, he's representing the university with block number 4. One announcement. Please don't clap. It's a request from one of the team manager. Yeah, please don't clap. It's a request from one of the team manager, and also it's not a. It's against the rules and regulations.
सभा में उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों और महानुभावों का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं लॉट नंबर 4 के लिए बोल रहा हूं और आज सभा के विपक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। ई वाहन जो बिजली से चलते हैं, जिन्होंने दुनिया भर में हंगामा मचा रखा है, ऑटोमोबाइल की दुनिया को पूरी तरीके से बदल देने वाला यह आविष्कार अब भारत में भी आ ही चुका है। ट्रेन के रूप में पहले ही स्थापित था, लेकिन अब इसे रोजमर्रा के वाहनों में भी शामिल करने की कवायद चल रही है। इन ई वाहनों को दौड़ाने के लिए इन्हें बिजली से चार्ज करना पड़ता है, एक बार नहीं बार बार, क्योंकि अगर 4 पहिए वाहन की बात करें तो रात भर चार्ज करने के बाद ये मात्र 200 से 250 किलोमीटर चल पाते हैं, जो एक लंबी दूरी के लिए बहुत उचित नहीं है। जहां पर किसान के पास सिंचाई के लिए बिजली उपलब्ध नहीं है, वहां इन नए खिलौनों से खेलने के लिए बिजली कहां से आएगी, ये किसी को नहीं पता है। चलिए, एक बार को आपने इसे चार्ज भी कर लिया, लेकिन चलते चलते रास्ते में रुक गई तो आगे का रास्ता राम भरोसे। मैं ऐसा इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि भारत में चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स का जितना बड़ा जाल होना चाहिए उतना तो खैर छोड़ दीजिए, आधी जनता को चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स का नाम भी नहीं पता है। और हमारे राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग तो सुविधाओं से इतने लैस हैं कि किसी की दुर्घटना हो जाए तो एम्बुलेंस पहुंचने में कम से कम 6 घंटे तो लगते ही हैं। ई वाहनों की कीमत साधारण वाहनों से 1.5 से 2 गुना अधिक होती है। जहां पर हर चौथा बच्चा कुपोषित है, हमारी सरकार सब कुछ छोड़कर संपन्न लोगों को सब्सिडी दे रही है उनके इन विदेशी खिलौनों से खेलने के शौक पूरे करने के लिए। क्या 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 कहा? अच्छा अच्छा, प्रदूषण कम करता है। हाँ भाई, ई वाहन है, पेट्रोल से तो चलता नहीं है, बिजली से चलता है, ना धुआं निकलता है ना प्रदूषण होता है। लेकिन मेरे बुद्धिजीवी मित्र ये बताइए, बिजली का उत्पादन कैसे होता है? भारत में बिजली उत्पादन मुख्यतः कोयले पर निर्भर होता है। कोयला जलता है तो बिजली बनती है, और आपकी बुद्धि के हिसाब से तो कोयला जलने से ना धुआं निकलता है ना प्रदूषण होती है। ये तो ये बात हो गई कि घर का कचरा निकाल कर पड़ोसी के दरवाजे पे पटक दिया और घर में सोफे पर बैठ के चिल्ला रहे हैं स्वच्छ भारत स्वच्छ भारत। चलिए अब बात कर लेते हैं लिथियम बैटरीज की, जिसको लेकर के कल से ही विपक्ष बहुत इतरा रहा है। नहीं नहीं, मैं ये नहीं कहने वाला कि लिथियम के खदान मिल जाना बहुत अफसोस की बात है। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि हमें खदान से हीरा तो मिल गया है, पर उस हीरे को कोहिनूर कौन बनाएगा? भारत में लिथियम रिफाइनिंग आज भी 9 मात्र के बराबर है। वहीं चाइना की बात की जाए, उसके पास अपने खुद के खदान नहीं है, लेकिन 100 से ज्यादा लिथियम रिफाइनरीज हैं, जो उसको इस बाजार में नंबर 1 बनाता है। मुझे कभी कभी डर लगता है, क्या हमारा हाल भी अरब देशों जैसा हो जाएगा, जिसके पास खुद के तेल के कुएं तो हैं, लेकिन खुद की तकनीक न होने के कारण वो उसका पूरी तरीके से इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पाते हैं। ठीक है, चलिए आपने लिथियम बैटरीज का आयात भी करवा लिया बहुत भारी संख्या में, लेकिन ये आपको बता दूं, जब विदेश से बनकर ये लिथियम बैटरीज आते हैं तो वो वहां के वातावरण के अनुकूल होते हैं। जब ये भारत में आते हैं तो भारत में गर्म वातावरण में ये फूल जाते हैं और फटकर एक बड़ी दुर्घटना को अंजाम दे सकते हैं, जो हम मोबाइल फोन्स के बारे में रोज सुनते ही रहते हैं। खैर, दुर्घटना से याद आया कि ये आवाज भी नहीं करती हैं। आप सड़क पर चल रहे होंगे, आपको कुचलकर आगे बढ़ जाएगी, हाँ, लेकिन आवाज नहीं करेगी। अब बात आती है ओला इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर्स की, जिसको लेकर के विपक्ष बहुत डांडिया खेल रहा है। तो आपको बता दूं कि ये तकनीक भी हमारी नहीं है, ये एम्स्टरडैम स्थित एक अर्टिगो नामक कंपनी से भाड़े पर ली गई है। तो कुल मिलाकर बात यह है कि न ही हमारे पास तकनीक है हमारे खुद के ई वाहन बनाने की, न ही हमारे पास तकनीक है खुद के लिथियम बैटरीज बनाने की, न हमारे पास चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स हैं। और अब तो नितिन गडकरी साहब ने भी बोल दिया कि ई वाहन खरीदने के लिए आपको कम दर पर कोई ऋण नहीं मिलने वाला। तो अब हमारे पास उपभोक्ता भी नहीं है। अब ऐसे में विदेशों से ला करके ई वाहन भारत की सड़कों पर और भारत के लोगों के सर पर पटक देना कितना सही है, मैं यह प्रश्न सभागार पर छोड़ता हूं। देखिए, मैं ये बिल्कुल नहीं कह रहा हूं कि भारत को ई वाहन का सपना छोड़ देना चाहिए और तकनीक की दौड़ में दुनिया से पीछे हो जाना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कह रहा हूं कि ये सपना जो हमें दिखाया जा रहा है, खड़े होकर एक बार जरूर सोच लेना चाहिए कि कितना खरा है। क्योंकि 100 बात की एक बात यह है कि कच्ची रोटी में कितना भी घी चपोट के खा लो, रोटी कच्ची ही लगेगी। बस मन में एक उम्मीद है, एक आशा है और अपनी युवा शक्ति पर विश्वास है कि जिस दिन हम तकनीक बना पाएंगे जिससे हम ई वाहन बना पाए, लिथियम बैटरीज बना पाएंगे जो हमारे भारत के वातावरण के अनुकूल हो, हर पेट्रोल स्टेशन पर एक चार्जिंग पॉइंट होगा, कम दर पर भारतीयों को ऋण मिलेगा ई वाहन खरीदने के लिए, तब हम जरूर इन उड़न खटोलों में बैठ करके सड़क से चांद तक का सफर तय कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Yeah, I will. The clarification to you, ma'am. They just are, they feel that audience response should be appreciated because that's the motivation to the students. So I'm sorry for this, the prior announcement. Yeah, sorry. You can give your response. So now I call upon lot number 5. Judges, he's representing lot number 5.
शुभ प्रभात।
परम आदरणीय निष्पक्ष निर्णायक मंडल, प्रतिभागी एवं अन्य उपस्थित आचार्य बंधु भगिनीगण, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। क्या भारत विद्युत वाहन के लिए तैयार है से असहमत होते हुए मैं वक्ता विपक्ष में अपना प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत करता हूं। नहीं, भारत बिल्कुल भी विद्युत वाहन के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि विद्युत वाहन को चलने के लिए उसे विद्युत धारा से आवेशित होना पड़ता है। उसके पश्चात वो सड़क पर दौड़ती है और हमारे भारत देश में चार्जिंग स्टेशन की संख्या असीमित में उपस्थित है। ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एजेंसी के तहत भारत में 20.67 लाख विद्युत वाहन उपस्थित हैं, जबकि उनकी चार्जिंग स्टेशन 5,127 ही उपस्थित है। आप सोच ही सकते हैं कि इतने कम चार्जिंग स्टेशन से इतनी बड़ी वाहन कैसे चार्ज होगी, इतनी संख्या में वाहन। और जबकि चाइना की बात तो सभी करते हैं कि चाइना में सफल रहा विद्युत वाहन, परंतु चाइना में 50 लाख विद्युत वाहन की चार्जिंग स्टेशन है। और मैं दूसरी बात ये न्यायाधीश महोदय आपसे बताना चाहूंगा कि कल से ही हमारे विपक्षी दल चीख चीख कर कह रहे होंगे कि भारत में प्रदूषण बहुत हो गया, वायु प्रदूषण फैल रहा है, जिसको कम करने के लिए हमें विद्युत वाहन को लाना होगा। पर मैं बता दूं कि क्या विद्युत वाहन के लिए हमें विद्युत धारा की आवश्यकता होगी। और आज भारत 7% से भी अधिक कोयला और भूरा कोयला के दहन से ही बिजली उत्पादन करता है। और हम सभी जानते हैं कि कोयला और भूरा कोयला हमारे लिए कितनी बड़ी प्रदूषण की कारण बन रही है। आईईए सीसीसी के तहत पाया गया है कि भारत में सर्वाधिक वायु प्रदूषण कोयला दहन के कारण ही होता है। तीसरी बात मैं ये बता दूं कि भारत अभी विकासशील देश है, विकसित नहीं हुआ है, और यहाँ की सभी नागरिकों की आर्थिक स्थिति उतनी अच्छी नहीं है। और हम सभी जानते हैं कि विद्युत वाहन कितनी महंगी आती है, और हम सभी अगर इन वाहनों को खरीदने की चाहेंगे तो भारत की आर्थिक स्थिति बिगड़ जाएगी और विकसित होने का सपना फिर से अधूरा रह जाएगा। एक सामान्य स्कूटर आपको 60,000 में मिल जाएगी, परंतु एक एचर का विद्युत स्कूटर जो आती है 1,60,000, यानी दुगुने से भी अधिक मात्रा में मिलेगी। न्यायाधीश महोदया, कल हमने देखा कि विपक्षी दल ये भी जिक्र कर रहे थे कि जम्मू कश्मीर में हमें लिथियम आयन मिल चुकी है, जिससे हमें विद्युत वाहन को अपने देश में चलाने के लिए काफी आसानी होगी। पर मैं उन्हें बता दूं कि संसाधन मिलनी बहुत अच्छी बात है, पर उसको सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल करके खनन करके निकालने की तकनीकी होना भी जरूरी है। दक्षिण अफ्रीका में भी पेट्रोलियम तो मिल गया है, पर क्या उस पेट्रोलियम का यूज कर रहे हैं? नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास तकनीकी भी नहीं है और खर्च भी अधिक है, जिसके कारण वो अपने पेट्रोलियम का आयात दूसरे देशों से ही करते हैं। भारत में जो विद्युत वाहन चल रही है वो उच्चतम कोटि की भी नहीं है, जो सड़क पर दौड़ते समय स्वतः आग लग जाती है, जिसके कारण कितनी जानें गई हुई है। इंडिया टुडे के तहत हाल ही में एक घटना घटी है नोएडा में, जिसमें एक विद्युत वाहन जो चल रही थी सड़क पर, उसमें स्वतः आग लग गई। यात्री तो बच गए किसी तरह भी, लेकिन वाहन पूरी तरह धू धू करके जल चुकी थी। इसलिए मैं अब यही कहना चाहूंगा कि आप सभी देख ही रहे कि विद्युत वाहन की क्या स्थिति है और भारत देश कैसी है। भारत में एक साथ सड़क पे हजारों गाड़ियां दौड़ती है, अगर एक भी वाहन में आग लगती है उससे सारी हजारों गाड़ियां जलेगी, जिससे बड़ी घटना के परिणाम सामने आएगी। अंत में मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करते हुए यह बात कहना चाहूंगा कि हमारे यहाँ चार्जिंग स्टेशन की संख्या, विद्युत ऊर्जा का कोयला से उत्पादन करना, यहाँ की आर्थिक स्थिति सही नहीं होना, इन सभी कारणों से हम भारत में विद्युत वाहन के लिए अभी तैयार नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Lot number 6. Judges, please note. Lot number 6.
Good morning to everyone present here. I'm going to go against the topic of is India ready for electric vehicles? Well, climate action is the new buzzword that's going on everywhere, and green energy is the new solution. And EVs are deemed as cleaner, greener sources of energy and vehicles. But are they really that worthy? Well, let's see. They're all powered by a battery. Now, these batteries are of two types. You will have either the lithium ion powered batteries or the cobalt powered batteries. There are two major constraints associated with the lithium powered batteries. One is the cost factor. Right now, India is in a situation of import dependency on other countries for their batteries. And unless and until we start our very own production line, will affordability come into the picture. Further on, to produce a single battery of lithium, we will be releasing 10 to 40 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Now, is this actually environment friendly? Yes, EVs are environment friendly, but to produce a battery, it's costing us much more than that. Now, the picture becomes even worse as we use cobalt powered batteries. Firstly, the fact that to produce a cobalt powered battery, the mining is through a non-renewable process. And the worst part of it is they use human labor. Human labor is fine by nature, but who are we using? We're using innocent 10-year-olds. They're allowed to pass through tunnels and they're being exposed to harmful radiation and are prone to diseases at a very young age for production of these cobalt batteries. Now, the claim that electric vehicles are safe and clean is absolutely false. The fact that climate change is real, but to coincide with human abuse, that is not right. Furthermore, I would like to add that these batteries, at the end of their life, their disposal system, at their proper disposal is very important. Now, India has no proper disposal system as such at the moment, and this can pose as a threat to the environment, the humans, and even the animals. Apart from the obvious reasons that people are stating about the charging infrastructure, the cost, and India's power supply, there is an important safety concern that is associated with these vehicles. A lot of the vehicles are catching fire. Now, this could be because of a lack of research and development or shortcuts in the testing process, but this is jeopardizing the safety of many. Now, according to the WION reports that have been recently released, in the last quarter, 640 EVs have caught fire, and this is expected to increase by a tremendous 32%. Now, are we really introducing an innovation that is costing the lives of so many people? Is it really worth it? I definitely don't think so. And even Ola CEO has validated in an interview that these fires are going to be a commonplace in the EV production process. Now, this is not an example of moving forwards, but rather backwards. Furthermore, I would like to add a point that many of my opponents have mentioned in the fore that China's dependency will decrease as we move into the EV sector. But let me tell you that this is an absolutely wrong statement. A report by the GTRI on the 7th March of 2023, a recent report, has said that China is the leading producer in battery production. It has all the tech and expertise. Now, if India were to convert into an EV economy at this stage, we would be in the hands of China. So in fact, our dependency in China will increase. Now, this is not an example, and this is not the stage where we have to move forward in an EV-driven economy. On an ending note, I would like to say that India's situation right now in the terms of an EV-driven economy and penetration is clearly a laggard. We need higher safety standards. We need a separate rule book for such vehicles. And this is not the state to enter into a fully EV penetrated economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call upon lot number 7? Judges, ma'am, it's just changed. The position is changed now. Yeah. Lot number 7. This is lot number 7, ma'am.
India, 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 an emerging global superpower. Extraordinary doing in economy, human development, science and technology. My country doing well in every sector. Good morning, everyone. I, lot number 7, going to speak against the motion. In this fast developing world where technology is changing day by day, India with 140 million people facing stringent challenge to shift from one technology to another. Let's take an example. Some countries in the world are using 6G spectrum for fast or ultra fast internet services. But in India, we are struggling for 5G. Similar is the case with electric vehicles. EV is an emerging technology in automobile sector. Electric vehicles are automobiles which use motors propelled by electricity instead of internal combustion engine. According to an estimate, the fossil fuels will go out of stock from Earth by 2050. And that's why electric vehicles are in news and in trend nowadays. There is a huge difference between the range claimed by electric vehicle companies and the actual range on the road. If a person wants to make a long journey in a vast country like India, he has to struggle a lot with electric vehicles due to its limited range. Yes, yes, yes. Right now, India is not ready for electric vehicles. There is lack of infrastructure in India for charging electric vehicles, which makes its use limited. For rapid shift from fuel vehicles to electric vehicles, India needs tremendous development in infrastructure from charging stations to maintenance stations. Yes, the battery recharging technology has come a long way, but implementing fast charging technology on mass scale in India is still a big problem. The government of India must ensure that they will meet the demand of electricity as EV will introduce in India. In India, there are many villages which are not still electrified. And even if electrified, the electricity is available only for 3 to 4 hours. And with this scenario, I don't think India is ready for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are heavy feeders of electricity. The main purpose of introducing electric vehicles is to reduce pollution. India's electricity production sector is heavily dominated by fossil fuels. About 65% of total electricity produced in India comes from fossil fuel. And with this, how we can say that electric vehicles will run in India on pollution-free road? How we can say that India is ready for electric vehicles? I think it's no. Unlike fuel vehicles, the electric vehicles produces little or no noise, which increases the chances of accidents. Electric vehicles also uses lithium-ion batteries and huge amount of semiconductors, which contains silicon, germanium, gallium arsenide, and other toxic elements. Once the shelf life of electric vehicle is over, it is very difficult to dump e-waste, which is also a hindrance before India for option of electric vehicle. The government of India has introduced many schemes to promote electric vehicles in India, like FAME India scheme, NEMMP scheme, subsidy scheme, and many more. What happened? Electric vehicles are still struggling on the roads of India. EV technology lags behind. EV economy stands nowhere in India. The government of India has to introduce more strong and more efficient schemes to promote electric vehicles. Definitely, yes. In future, the automobile industry will be dominated by electric vehicles in India. But right now, with all my valid points, I don't think India is ready for electric vehicles. With this, I will rest my words here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Can I call lot number 8? 8 are absent. 8, 9, 10, 11 are absent. Okay, so this is lot number 12. Judges, please note.
Mariyamal Kale Vidade. A very popular Tamil proverb which means without knowing the depth, don't let your leg inside. Every person who talked yesterday, they were exactly asking us to breach this. Without knowing the depth of the matter, go, get inside the EVs, get inside, get your leg in. They don't know the depth. And I'll show you how deep is this matter in the end of 5 minutes. Greetings, everyone. This is lot number 12 years. Standing here to say that India is not ready for EVs. EV, instead of vehicles which run on electricity powered by batteries. Almost everyone said that EVs are green, clean, blah, blah, blah. But what everyone forgot is to kind of come out of the illusion that it is actually green. The electricity which is kind of used to charge the batteries is actually coming by burning coal. In India, the country like us, almost 75% of total energy is from non-renewable sources. So EVs are actually not green and clean in our nation. They are still gray. You know, it is like kind of trying to make a painting of a paint using a paint. You have come full circle. Still no use. No sense. This is the thing here, people. The ultimate objective of EV, that is to be green and clean and eco-friendly, itself is not satisfied in our nation. And from where we are actually ready. The next thing is transmission and distribution of power in our nation is very weak compared to the Western countries. Just because lot number 12 of my opposition team had proper electricity in their home, doesn't mean the whole nation is like that. Don't wonder who is that lot number 12. It is my own team only. So that is a problem I'm trying to say here. All countries not like that. You know, our whole country is not like that. According to a joint survey by Niti Aayog, the Rockefeller Foundation, and Smart Power India, almost 1/3 of total electrically, powered households reported poor quality of electricity. What do we mean by that? Fluctuations, improper voltages. Imagine a kind of electric batteries of cars are sensitive to these. And we are not in a state to provide good quality electricity. And from where we are actually saying India is actually ready. Frequent blackouts. How many of you remember the 2022 blackout? Last year summer. Almost 10 plus states got massively affected. I remember me sleeping in my hostel without a fan in the night. It was terrible. The blackouts are still happening. There are power cuts in every part of our nation. You know what is the reason given by the government for the blackout? Despite increasing the coal production by 30%, we still face the blackout because there was a sudden shoot in the demand. This is actually an inevitable reason when you consider EVs. When EVs come in, there will definitely be a shoot up, and we are not even in a position to handle it. From where we are actually saying we are actually ready. This is the point I'm actually trying to make, people. Yesterday, everyone spoke about the white gold, lithium. We got there, we got here. I'm really happy about it. But I'm really surprised everyone forgot about the blood diamond, cobalt. Without cobalt, I can write and give you cannot prepare a single EV battery with the present technology. And what about cobalt in India? We are the second largest importer of cobalt. And happily, also sadly, our dear China is the largest exporter of cobalt to our nation. If that guy chokes cobalt, our entire EV industry will be choked. And all those sectors and economy will be choked, which is actually having EV in them. Just by choking cobalt, our dear China can choke our economy and he will eat cockroach sabji. This is actually a matter of national threat, not only about the domestic difficulties, people. Also, yesterday I heard a speaker who said, EVs are so silent, we can't even notice even if they go past by. Yes, true. We can't notice even if they go over us. The thing is actually, unexpectedly, it is actually a proper issue. Please think about blind and partially blind people. In Western countries, you have service dogs to serve them. I have been 20 years in this country. I have never seen a service dog guiding a blind dog. I have never seen a service dog guiding a blind man. The population is ignorant. We are all ignorant and innocent in many ways. From where we are again saying EV is actually kind of, the nation is actually ready for EVs. We are not. So what is the solution, people? Don't think that I'm actually an anti-EV person. I'm just trying to say that India is not in a position to take the benefits of EV in a proper way, at least in the next 10 to 15 years, as said by Dr. R.C. Bhargava, Maruti Suzuki chairman. Thank you all.
Lot number 8, 9, 10, 11. Are you here? 8, 9, 10, 11. No. Lot number 13. Can I call lot number 13? Lot number 14. Judges. She represents the university with lot number 14. Please note.
साथियों धीरे चलना, बड़े धोखे हैं, बड़े धोखे हैं इस राह में। आज यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों को, जूरी मेंबर्स को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। बहुत सुनने में आता है कि ईवी व्हीकल्स हमारे देश के लिए बढ़िया है, पॉल्यूशन फ्री रहेगा, पर क्या ये सच है ये? नहीं। चलिए सीपीसीबी जो सेंट्रल पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड है उसकी रिपोर्ट्स के बारे में बात करते हैं। इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को चलने के लिए इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, विद्युत की आवश्यकता है, जो कि इंडिया में 75% से ज्यादा सिर्फ और सिर्फ कोयले द्वारा प्रोड्यूस की जाती है। और एक रिपोर्ट ये भी कहती है कि 60% पार्टिकुलेट मैटर, 45% SO2 और 60% NO2 एनवायरमेंट में सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोडक्शन थ्रू थर्मल पावर प्लांट्स की वजह से होता है। ये सुनने में बहुत ही शॉकिंग है, बट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स आर नॉट कंप्लीटली इको फ्रेंडली। टॉकिंग ऑफ विच, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बैटरीज की जरूरत है। बैटरीज में डलता है लिथियम। हमने सुना कल की लिथियम के रिजर्व्स मिल रहे हैं भाई जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में, बट टेक्नोलॉजी का क्या? क्या हमारे पास वो तकनीकें, वो टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं कि हम उसे पूर्ण रूप से यूज कर पाए? तो आंसर है नहीं। चाइना के पास 48% रिजर्व्स विद द बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज अवेलेबल हैं। We are second largest producer. We are the second largest importer of lithium batteries. और इंडिया में जो लिथियम के खदान पाए गए हैं, उनमें से बैटरीज के लिए रॉ मटेरियल इकट्ठा करना अभी तो पॉसिबल नहीं है। इसीलिए अभी भारत तैयार नहीं है ईवीज को अपनाने के लिए। अच्छा, बात करते हैं इनकी माइलेज के बारे में, इनकी यूसेज के बारे में। एम्बुलेंसेस, आर्मी कार्स, आर्मी टैंक्स, दे रिक्वायर वेरी हाई पावर, बट ईवीज में ये पॉसिबल नहीं है। ईवीज अभी हम सिर्फ घर तक, घर के छोटे मोटे स्कूटीज तक मतलब यूज कर सकते हैं, बट उससे आगे नहीं सोच सकते इस बारे में। लिथियम बैटरीज को एनोड और कैथोड चाहिए, which is made up of aluminium and copper, which is again difficult to process. And talking of dependency on rare earth metals like neodymium, lanthanum and terbium, we again cannot rely solely on EVs. So at the end of the speech, I would like to say that we are not ready for electric vehicles to come in India. Thank you.
Judges, can I call the numbers who have missed? Yeah. Lot numbers 8, 9, 10, 11. Are you here again? Also 13? No. Okay. Now I call upon lot number 15. 15? No. 16? Yeah. Judges, please note he's representing college from lot number having 16.
For good ideas and interventions and innovations, we need human interaction, argument, conflict, and but a good debate. A pleasant greetings to one and all present here. Myself, lot number 16, to stand in ard against those who have spoken yesterday in even. Yeah, our India is not at all ready for electric vehicles. First and foremost, we are lacking the proper manufacturing process and infrastructure facilities, because due to increasing demand for electric vehicles are day by day increasing, but we are not having proper machineries, equipments, and resources to cater these needs. Yesterday, many have told that electric vehicles are directly waving the path for green and eco-friendly. But out of 95% of the electric vehicles produced, all are effectively utilizing the non-renewable energy sources, which is fuel from the coal and combustion. When we come to the lithium yesterday spoken as the heart of the topic, that all the electric vehicles are in need of lithium. When we come to, this year India achieved to become the 5th largest country having the effective lithium resource. But where this lithium resource is available, it is available in our Jammu and Kashmir region, which is known as the politically volatile region, the geopolitical sensitivity area. If our government fails to properly manage this resource, we may have more increased socio-economic critical crisis and the conflicts among the people. Even though if we are giving the employment opportunities for the native people, we should not make any bias between Muslim and Hindu people. This will also lead to lots of conflicts. And also leading nations like USA, though they have many lithium stations, but they are now only one thing is in underutilization, because they fear of lithium crunch. Even developed nation like Germany, though they have proper lithium mining stations, they are utilizing or importing the lithium from the countries like Chile and Argentina. They all fear of lithium crunch because our country is lacking proper recycling techniques. We rank 80th position in the world of waste management. Then how comes we will recycle this lithium waste which are going to generate in the upcoming future? We should have a proper solution for this. And when it comes, it also leads to a common man can afford it. Only it can be used for the wealthier people, and we are having lack of proper infrastructure facilities and battery charging option also. For fuel power tanks, it takes couple of minutes to charge. For this electric vehicles, it takes more than an hour. For a people, for a common man who can't even have a patience for waiting in a traffic signal for a minute, how he will wait for an hour to charge his vehicle? This places a biggest question mark about the usage of electric vehicles. Before 2 weeks, I came up a viral YouTube video which is telecast in more television, that in Chennai, one father was carrying traveling a scooter with a baby, it got immediately fired. It is nothing but an electric vehicle. So lots of people fear about purchase of the electric vehicles due to recent more burning of the vehicles in the sun. So they are telling lots of queries regarding that. So people and the peer people are having fear to accommodate the electric vehicles. Recently, the biggest automobile industry chairman, R.C. Bhargav of Maruti Suzuki chairman itself stated that India is not at all ready to accept electric vehicles until we go for 100% electricity generated from the renewable resources. Then only this can be possible. World Bank report of 2022 stated that our Indian roads are so poor. Daily 12 people are dying in roads due to improper infrastructure of road itself. If we can't even afford a proper road structure, then how can we go for the usage of electric vehicles? The electricity produced in our country, 75% comes from non-renewable resources. Still, Etawah, a district in Uttar Pradesh, a village, lacks complete electricity. They are celebrating Diwali in dark. If we can't first satisfy the domestic consumption of electricity, how can we go for the usage of electricity for electric vehicles? As stated, failure is an option. If things are not failing, we are not innovating. So as we all should make our innovation, intelligence, and intervention to bridge this gap and make it possible. Yes, electric vehicles can come into India, but not now. It may take so far. The things are in far. So we will all unite. We will think a lot to bridge this gap. So I will conclude my speech by saying that our India is not at all ready for electric vehicles. So we will stand with Make in India, Green India, Clean India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Anyone between lot numbers 8 to 11? Please. Please, please, please. Yes, yes. Judges, please note, she represents lot number 10. Please. Can you please sit?
Good morning, everyone. Here I am to say and to conclude first of all, here I am to prove my point that India is not ready for electric vehicles. First of all, we say that India is a developing country, not a developed country. So first of all, when we say this, I personally feel that electric vehicles are not ready. We are not ready for electric vehicles as we are developing right now. Firstly, everyone thinks that electric vehicles are green vehicles, but for charging EVs, we need to burn the fossil fuels which are harmful for the environment. For converting this energy, more energy is lost. Secondly, the mineral wealth, the mining of zinc, cobalt, and lithium are extremely harmful and dangerous to the environment. We often recently have heard about the discovery of lithium in Jammu and Kashmir, but I would like to put across the point that the mining of lithium is done in the lithium triangle in South America, which cost 65% of water consumption, and that has affected agriculture over there very adversely. Therefore, the point I want to prove here is like if we are right now, if we right now if we are moving towards the electric vehicles, we are not thinking about the raw material which we get. Thirdly, government provides subsidies to the farmers, incentives, and various incentives to the farmers, which is not actually sustainable for the farmers. Thank you.
Anyone who were absent when your lot numbers were called? That is 8, 9, 11, 13, and 15. Anyone? Okay. 8. Okay. Lot number 17. Judges, please note, she's representing lot number 17.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm going to talk about the given topic: is India ready for electronic vehicles? My answer is a big no. I would like to highlight some points on supporting my notion. That is, first of all, higher cost of the vehicles, and second is lower reselling prices. Third one is low energy usage, and fourth one is low energy usage, and the fourth one is I want to stress about is few users, less EV options, etc. The first thing, higher cost. The petrol and diesel cars in India, the average cost is 5 to 6 lakhs, whereas to buy an electronic vehicle, you require 10 to 15 lakhs of money, which is not affordable for the population of our country. Because in India, most of the population is either middle class or either lower middle class. So it is not a cost efficient option. And the second one is low energy. The increase in weight class of a vehicle decreases the capacity of a battery, so it is not an efficient option. The third one is lack of awareness. Most of the electronic vehicles we see are in either in metropolitan cities or in urban areas. But right now in rural areas, we rarely find any electronic vehicle. So awareness programs should be conducted. And third one, government schemes and some financial support should be given to buy electronic vehicles. Especially to the rural people and to the middle class population. And the third one I would like to talk about is stringent norms and safety measures should be ensured, especially in electric vehicles, because recently we have heard about a lot of fire accidents and mishaps happening, especially with Ola, Adar and Tata Nexon. Many people were injured, and even a death case was resulted in Andhra Pradesh. So stringent norms and regulations should be brought regarding safety measures. And even in the news yesterday, the Ola S1 Pro was recalled because of its front fork dimension. So all these things should be ensured. And the next point I would like to talk about is lithium-ion batteries. You all know that lithium-ion batteries and cobalt batteries are usually used in the electric vehicles, but the cobalt batteries are also known as blood batteries because the source of cobalt, especially India imports from China. And where does China get it? It gets it from the Dominican Republic of Congo, where many children are abused to work in coal mines. They have respiratory disorders, and many people, especially children, they don't even get $1 for a day to work in that coal mines, and they die suffocated in those tunnels. So indirectly, it has lead to child abuse and child labor. And other thing I want to stress upon is instead of lithium-ion batteries, sea salt batteries are a very good replacement. The sea salt is actually very eco-friendly, non-inflammable, and it would cut down the cost of batteries to the half. That would help India, especially the youth, to begin the startups and do research and more funding, especially in batteries. And the next thing I want to talk about is low range and low speed. Compared to diesel and petrol vehicles, the speed and range of the electronic vehicles is very low. The speed is only 25 to 50 kilometers in average vehicles. And coming to range, electric vehicles are mostly used for only short distance traveling, and they are not suitable for long distance travels. So they are not used. If I want to go from Bengaluru to Hyderabad, it is 550 kilometers. I cannot go as far in an electric vehicle. And the next thing I want to talk about is how electric vehicles are impacting the pollution. Many are saying it is very green and it is very safe, but that is not right, because to build a lithium battery or a cobalt battery, it emits lots of carbon dioxide. So it is indirectly very harmful to the environment. And by this, I would conclude that India right now might not be ready for electric vehicles, but it is a gradual improvement. Maybe in a decade or more, we can expect era of vehicles, because the youth in India is a building power of the nation, and they can help to enhance the electric vehicle system. It is a gradual improvement. Thank you.
Anyone who's missed earlier, 8, 9, 11, 13, and 15 lot numbers? Can I call lot number 18? 18? 19?
See, I request the participant to follow the serial numbers. I'm observing that the participants are taking undue advantage of our little liberation, right? So don't take the advantage. Henceforth, I request the participant to strictly follow the serial numbers. So this is not really good. I hope this is clear to the participants. Please follow the serial number.
Is representing 19.
Good morning to one and all present over here, honorable judges and the amazing audience which is awaiting to me. Today's topic, I'm going to talk about why India is not ready for electrical vehicles. Firstly, imagine a situation. A kid is studying under a street lamp and the lamp goes off. How much of electricity does the street lamp take? Maybe 10 watt, 20 watt? But my battery for the vehicle just to go few kilometers takes 120 watt. Is it sounding correct to you? I mean, a kid is not able to study because of having no bulb or electricity, and we are talking about running the vehicles with electricity. That's not right, is it? Now, as we go and we see, there are four vehicles in a vehicle, the car. Am I right? Four wheels. So wheels, what I'm trying to say is, in our check, you have to put on adding more and more circles, that is zeros, meaning it is so expensive to buy a single car. That is electrical car. It is triple and fourble the cost of petrol and diesel. More, and the initial cost of the electrical vehicles is more than the cost of the vehicles which were already causing pollution with. We are buying it to reserve from pollution, but actually from electrical vehicles, we know the source is coal and fossil fuels already, and that is a leading contribution in our pollution. So if our source is only giving pollution to the environment, what are we talking about the outcome? And secondly, when I talk about the benefits, we know that electrical vehicles are noise free. We love it. Noise pollution, shanti hai har jagah. That's what we would love to say. But because of this less noise pollution, there are chances of traffic accidents. You don't realize there's a vehicle behind you. These are some silly things that we are not even careful to be mentioned about. And that's what we have been observing since a long time. Now, a lot of youngsters have come up with their startups that we have to go with our electrical vehicles because that's good for our nation. It is having so and so, so and so, so and so advantages. But what they are trying to forget is India is not a sustainable country. We are having a good GDP of 5th position in this world. But what about sustainability? When we talk about sustainability, we stand 121st. So if we are not sustainable and not accountable for the electricity that is mattering in our country, then how can we talk about the diesel consumption or the electrical consumption? What is the difference? What are we actually trying to derive in the aim of actually saying our nature or saying our country? We are driving in the opposite direction unknowingly. Actually, India has told by 2030, as 30 says, 30% of the vehicles we have to try to make it to be an electrical one. But our topic is currently ready, yet the government still is doubtful if we are ready or not. Yes, there are many schemes, there are many subsidies we have seen. And as my other components have also told that the losses which have occurred because of this, that is the labor force, the lithium batteries especially, everybody mentioned how lethal, the name itself says lithium is lethal. So that's what is happening in this country. A lot of labor force is brutally treated just so that they can get their work done. And they are unknowingly doing it in the name of country's development. And yet we see the sad fate that we still aren't understanding the seriousness of the situation. The more I'm going on a long journey on a highway and suddenly my battery falls out. The petrol bunks are available everywhere. Are electrical banks available in my country? No, right? And moreover, it is not even cost efficient. On petrol bunks, I see that there are air pumps. There is no electrical pump there. So it's still not ready. And even if there's an electrical pump, petrol bunk will not be benefited. Petrol banks are not interested in having their own electrical pump because they know they'll not earn anything from it. That is why India is still not ready. They will not have it, then we'll also not have it. That's what I am trying to say. And as I go ahead to this, companies which are interested in making our electrical vehicles, maybe Tata, maybe Mexico, they are also very much interested. But they realize that people are not having that zeal right now to buy because as I already mentioned, we are in a middle class and upper class family. We are on a verge where we have to manage our daily expenses. I can't carry a battery all the time. Maybe I can carry a bottle of petrol. It is risky, but still people do. That's what I wanted to say. And India is right now not ready. And I hope it becomes ready because it is good. And we have to understand alternative and renewable sources for it. I'll end my topic here. Thank you for giving me such wonderful chance. All the people right there and judges for making this opportunity to me. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you. Anyone with the lot numbers who have missed? 8, 9, 11, 13, 15, 18 who have missed. Now I call upon the lot number 20. 20. Judges, please note she's representing lot number 20.
India is in desperate need of electric vehicles, but not ready for them. With India having more than 65,000 petrol bunks, while only having 2,080 EV charging stations. With India still lacking proper technology to tap its lithium reserves, I am confident to take a stand that India is not ready for electric vehicles. My dear opponents, please go to the nearest road and try to find electric vehicles there. You'll just be able to spot a handful of public transport buses. Reasons: more Indians prefer petrol, diesel, or gas driven cars. They do not seem to buy or use electric vehicles due to their slow speed, slow pickup, and lack of charging stations in their vicinity. To date, India lags behind major markets such as China, Europe, and United States. The global EV market reached 7.2 million units in 2019, of which only 110,000 units were sold in India, according to the reports of SMEV. India, which used to import 100% of its lithium needs, when found 5.9 million tons of it in Riyasi district in Jammu and Kashmir, thought to create havoc in the EV industry. But wait, the lithium reserve in Jammu and Kashmir is still in G3 phase or prospecting phase, which means it's still not at a point to be tapped yet, shortening its spectrum to be used in the near future. The charging infrastructure is, however, is kind of a chicken and egg situation in India. Should the charging infrastructure be set up first, or should the electric vehicles be rolled out to create a need for charging stations? The issue, however, is the need of different kind of voltages and charging plugs at charging stations. Another issue is the lack of range. The lithium ion technology in India is still not at a point where the range makes it viable and convenient. The Mahindra e-Verito and Tata Tigor e-sedans can only do about 80 to 130 kilometers after one charge, which isn't really convenient to cover the length and breadth of the country. And the mammoth is pricing. The Okinawa I-Praise costs about 1.15 lakh, whereas Honda Activa 110 costs only about 50,000 rupees. The Tata Tigor petrol sedan costs 5.2 lakhs, whereas its electric variant costs 13 lakh rupees. This upfront pricing and lack of range is what is preventing e-vehicle market to take a rise in India. My dear opponents have talked in variable terms about how e-vehicles are going to be the face of green technology in India. But tell me one thing, the electricity that you are going to power your electric vehicles with, the same electricity, the 80% of it is being produced by burning coal and petroleum, which isn't really a source of renewable energy. So how are you even saying that e-vehicles are going to be the face of green technology in India? I have talked about the need of new infrastructure for the e-vehicles. But what about the obsolete one? When a cloth gets worn out, we use it as a dusting cloth. Can we do the same with such a vast infrastructure? The answer is a big no. I would like to ask one more question from my opponents. With 2.4% of Indians still having to have forceful candlelight dinners by not having enough electricity, how are you even saying that we would provide electricity to vehicles when we're not able to do the same with humans? All points being said out loud and clear, I take a stand that India's EV dream are still lofty ideas. I, however, spire a vision by reciting these lines. Hope is the thing with feathers which perches in the soul. It sings the tune without the words and keeps singing on. Thank you.
Yeah, that's. I think judges would like to take a break now. So we'll break for 10 minutes and then we'll start our session. Yeah, as per as possible, you need to follow the lot numbers because 5 people have missed. I'll call upon
tanana dhirena dhirena nitom tanana dhirena dhirena nitom tanana dhirena dhirena nitom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ധീം തനോ ധനോ ധനോ ധീരന ധീം തനോ ധനോ ധനോ ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ധീം തനോ ധനോ ധനോ ധീരന ധീം തനോ ധനോ ധനോ തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ധീം തനോ ധനോ ധനോ ധീരന ധീം തനോ ധനോ ധനോ ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന
Judges, this lot number 35, she has another event to be participating in. So I'll call lot number 35 now. Lot number 35.
What you see is not always true. You need to think and perceive for that. What is new is not always true, and what is true is not always new. A very warm good morning to the galaxy of jury members, respected professors, and my dear co-contestants. Today I, lot number 35, am standing here to debate against the motion, is India ready for electric vehicles? And my answer is a strong no. We all know that electric vehicles are being described and marketed as the eco-friendly vehicles, but it is not true. As the batteries which are used in these electric vehicles use deadly metals like lithium and copper, which are extracted from the earth's crust, henceforth ruining the ecology of a particular place. With regards to our country, are we ready for this? According to the report of Economic Times, we need 20 lakh EV charging stations as of 2030. But according to the work done by the Indian government, in the phase 1 of FAME and FAME phase 2 in 2015 and 2019 respectively, we are only able to build 7,000 charging stations, which means mere 3.5% of the actual requirement. Respected members of the House, do you think that we will be able to build this bridge of 96.5% in the coming 8 years? Well, I doubt. The pimple over the ulcer is the fact that these charging stations require a lot of land. And in metropolitan cities where the per square feet rates of land is so high, how can this be manageable? And another important factor is the fact that these are very time consuming. Say, for instance, for charging a particular vehicle, we need to keep it plugged in for 2 hours. And in metropolitan cities, giving such a time for parking a vehicle is a task of headache. Many of my co-contestants yesterday were boasting about the fact that these EV vehicles are cost efficient and cost friendly, but little did they tell you that the cost of these vehicles are very higher compared to their petrol and diesel counterparts. For instance, if we talk about a vehicle with in its petrol and diesel range costs you around 7 to 8 lakhs, its same EV variant would cost you double, that is 15 to 18 lakhs respectively, including in the subsidy. And we all know where does this subsidy come from? That is the taxpayers. Respected members of the House, all of my worthy components who were yesterday boasting for the fact that we will soon be a producer of lithium. We will extract lithium from Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh areas of our country, did not tell the fact that the day is not far. If we will start doing this in our country, the heaven on earth, that is Kashmir, will get destroyed and be the hell on earth. Exactly what happened in the US, where people started refraining this work. Respected members of the House, there is no denying the fact that we are gradually transferring towards solar renewable energy resources, but still majoritarily we are dependent on thermal power plants, which are a source from coal energy, the energy that is generated by burning coal. Henceforth, this includes a lot of greenhouse gases as well as fly ash into the environment. So are you saying that this is eco-friendly? I think that is a big no. Respected members of the House, we all are being told that these eco-friendly so-called EV vehicles would counter or surpass our normal regular vehicles. But is our country prepared? If for 1 week a coal industry would stop its work for reasons like flooding maybe, there are 2 to 3 major states in our country that completely black out. Is our so-called system ready to face such kind of situation? I doubt. In my conclusion, all I want to say is that hurry is the work of devil. So we need to focus, we need to, get to the complete true fact that how able this can bring the change and how we can, take our steps towards it. Rather than switching quickly, we should switch efficiently. And all I would like to say is the day is not far. If we go on continuing like this silent, revolution would convert into silent pollution. Henceforth, doing more of bad than doing the good. That's my time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks to all.
So I'm going to call the missed numbers now. Lot number 8, lot number 9, lot number 11, 13, 18, 15, yeah. This is the last chance. This was the last chance for those who have missed, and all those who have missed now will be doing it only after the last number, that is 56 number. He's representing lot number 15.
Hello. Well, the era of EV has begun. People are developing the EV cars. Well, from where the electricity came from? Isn't it from flowers? Maybe someday, but currently we are having only oils and gases. No doubt, we are having some of the states which are lacking electricity. Do you really think it is fair to those peoples who are living in the blackouts? 2.4% of the households are completely blackouts. These are having unelectrified till now. Isn't it good for them while we are switching to the electric vehicles? Firstly, I would like to focus on the SDG 7. It will ensure the clean and green energy. Many of you think that the EV are the better option to achieve this goal. No, my dear friends, EV are totally coal operated currently, because most of the electricity generation in India is thermal power plants, and the charging stations in India is operated under the diesel generators, which will create the more harm to the environment by producing the carbon emissions. Moreover, I would like to focus on the FICCI report, which include the India needs 4 lakh charging stations by 2026 for implementing the EVs in India completely. But my dear friends, in India, currently we have only 1600 charging stations with including all the companies. Moreover, the different thing is this, that we lack the standardization of the charging slot. Every company manufacture its own slot, and this will create a hurdle when we go for a charging ecosystem. This will make a huge difference in making a charging ecosystem. Now, I would like to focus on this. Like, you are sitting in the Bangalore, of course, in a tech city, but the slowest city of the India and the second most slowest of the world. You know why? Because the EV cost around 1 or 2 rupees for a kilometer, and everyone is switching to the EVs just for cost effectiveness. Here, the peoples are using this just to use it for a short distance. This will create a notorious traffic on the roads and by destroying the public transport system as well as the carpooling system. Now, I would like to focus on the yesterday's components, which mentioned that EVs are not polluting the air. EVs have no pollution. But my dear friends, EV have lithium batteries as a major component, and lithium batteries having the radioisotope elements, which will create the radiations to humans. Are you ready for the cancers? No, I am not. Does your ecosystem is ready to face the harm? Not mine. Until or unless the India is having a proper disposal of this wastage, India is not ready for the EVs. Now, after having such a big reservoir of the lithium in the Jammu and Kashmir, we are still unable to manufacture these lithium batteries in our country. These batteries are completely imported from other countries, and this will make them higher cost. Once the Elon Musk had said that if the EVs want to capture the Indian market, especially Indian market, they must be cheaper than the gasoline and gasoline operated vehicles, because India is more in the common vans, which is less affordable to the common peoples. Now, I would like to focus lastly is that the peoples are facing more issues with EVs when they are switching to this. The households are lacking electricity. The peoples are leaving anxious when the charge is running out. In the nutshell, I would like to conclude that India has a long run for the EV by facing the different challenges. But resolving this, firstly, India will successful EV country. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. There's some other event for lot number 31, it looks. So I'm calling lot number 31 now. Yeah, students, keep silence when the talk is happening or when the presenter is presenting. It will disturb. So please maintain silence. Also switch off your phones. Imagine if you were to be disturbed when you are on the dais. Just think that way. She's representing lot number 31.
नमस्कार, मंचासी निर्णायकगण, अतिथिगण तथा सभी श्रोता गणों को मेरा नमस्कार। आज मैं लॉट नंबर 31 आप सभी के समक्ष में इस वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता के विपक्ष में बोलना चाहूंगी कि क्या हमारा भारत देश विद्युतीय वाहनों के लिए तैयार है। भारत देश जिसकी आबादी कुछ सालों में इतनी बढ़ जाएगी कि यहाँ पे विद्युतीय वाहन तो छोड़िए, ये जो पेट्रोल और डीजल से वाहन चलते हैं इनका भी चलना शायद मुश्किल हो जाए। लेकिन क्या हम इतने धीरे चलने वाले वाहनों के भरोसे बैठ सकते हैं? किसी भी स्थान पर अगर हमें जल्दी पहुंचना हो तो क्या इन धीरे चलने वाले विद्युतीय वाहनों से हम जा सकते हैं? महोदय, मैं आपके सामने अपने विपक्ष के कुछ दलीलों को प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी, जिनमें से मेरे सबसे पहले विपक्षी साथी ने ये कहा था कि इन विद्युतीय वाहनों से प्रदूषण नहीं होता है। शायद मेरे विपक्षी साथी ये बात भूल गए हैं कि विद्युतीय वाहनों से थोड़ी सी ध्वनि प्रदूषण तथा इस तरह के विद्युतीय कचरों का प्रकरण होता है, जिनका निवारण करना काफी मुश्किल हो गया है हमारे देश में। ये हमारे लिए एक मुख्य समस्या बनती जा रही है कि इन विद्युत वाहनों के द्वारा जो लिथियम कचरा जमा हो रहा है, उनका प्रकरण किस तरह से किया जाए। महोदय, मेरे एक बहुत विद्वान साथी ने कहा कि मेरे भारत देश में लिथियम बैटरी की उपयोगिता बढ़ती जा रही है। जम्मू कश्मीर की सुंदर सुंदर सी वादियों में लिथियम बैटरी की आबादी हो रही है, लेकिन क्या उसी जम्मू कश्मीर में लिथियम बैटरी को निकालने के चक्कर में कहीं हम वहां की प्राकृतिक सौंदर्यता तथा वहां के पर्यावरण को हानि नहीं पहुंचाएंगे महोदय? और क्या इन लिथियम बैटरी को हमारे पूरे देश में आसानी से बांटा जा सकता है? मुझे नहीं लगता महोदय कि इन लिथियम बैटरी को हमारे देश में पूर्ण रूप से सुचारू रूप से बांटा जा सकता है। महोदय, मैं आपका ध्यान एक मुख्य समस्या की तरफ और आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी, जो कि है इन वाहन चालकों की आमदनी। देखा जाए तो पेट्रोल और डीजल से चलने वाले वाहन चालकों की आमदनी तथा इन ओला, उबेर और महिंद्रा के विद्युतीय वाहनों की चलाने वाले चालक चालकों की आमदनी का में 36 का आंकड़ा है। क्या आपको लगता है महोदय कि इन विद्युतीय वाहनों को चलाकर एक वाहन चालक अपनी रोजमर्रा की सारी आमदनी कमा सकता है? महोदय, मुझे नहीं लगता कि इन विद्युतीय वाहनों के भरोसे इस देश का भविष्य आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। किसी भी नई तकनीक को हमारे देश पर यूं इस तरह से थोपा नहीं जा सकता महोदय। हर सिक्के के दो पहलू होते हैं और इस पहलू को देखना आवश्यक है। मेरे विद्वान साथियों ने ये तक कहा कि हमारा देश, जो कि आज एक राष्ट्र प्रबल देश है, G20 में सबसे बढ़ चढ़ कर हिस्सा ले रहा है, वह बाहर के देशों से इनको आयात करवाता है, जबकि हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री का यह कहना है कि वोकल फॉर लोकल। लेकिन देखा जाए तो हमारे देश में इन विद्युतीय वाहनों को बनाने वाली कई ऐसी कंपनियां कम जगहों पर है। क्या हर जगह पे इन कंपनियों को लाना सक्षम हो सकता है महोदय? लेकिन पेट्रोल और डीजल से चलने वाली गाड़ियों की कंपनियां आपको जगह जगह मिल जाएंगी महोदय। अंत में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि मेरे साथियों ने कहा कि इन वाहनों को होम चार्ज किया जा सकता है। तो महोदय, मैं ये बता दूं कि जिस देश में पानी खत्म होने की कगार पर आ चुका है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस देश में बिजली की इतनी उत्पादकता है कि इन वाहनों को होम चार्ज किया जा सकता है? क्या बिजली का बिल उठाने की क्षमता है यहाँ के लोगों में? अशिक्षित हैं ये लोग और तथा मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार से हैं ये लोग, जिनको अपनी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी चलाने के लिए एक आमदनी की जरूरत है। और होम चार्जिंग की सुविधा ना कर पाने के लिए मेरे विपक्षी साथी ने बोला कि सौर तथा वायु ऊर्जा का उपयोग किया जाए। क्या सौर या वायु ऊर्जा हर जगह उपस्थित है महोदय? खराब मौसमों में क्या इन्हें चार्ज किया जा सकता है महोदय? अंत में मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए यही कहना चाहूंगी कि देश का भविष्य ऐसे किसी नई तकनीक पे डालने से अच्छा है हम कुछ पुरानी तकनीकों में सुधार लाएं। धन्यवाद महोदय।
Thank you. Now the lot numbers according to the serial. That is, we had stopped at lot number 20. Now I'm going to call 21. Lot number 21. 21. Just please note lot number 21.
हेलो मन तो मेरा भी करता है कि भारी आतंकी शब्दों के माया जाल में आप सबको उलझाऊं। मन तो मेरा भी करता है कि कल की भांति आप सबको झूठ की गुटी पिलाऊं। पर जब मैं अपने भोले भ्रमित साथियों को सुनता हूं, तब उनके भ्रमित और दहला देने वाले तथ्यों को सुनकर और सत्य को सामने लाने के लिए मैं खुद को आपके समक्ष पाता हूं। सभा में उपस्थित निर्णायक मंडल के सदस्यों एवं सभी महानुभावों को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं आज के विषय क्या भारत इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार है के विपक्ष में अपने विचार रखने हैं तो आपके समक्ष उपस्थित हूँ। वैसे पिछले कुछ वक्त से बार बार यही बात हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत की जा रही है कि संसार की सारी समस्याओं की एक ही मात्र उपाय और भारत की सारी समस्याओं का एक ही मात्र उपाय है इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन। लेकिन कुछ दृश्य और कुछ आंकड़े भ्रमित करते हैं और ये कहानी कुछ और ही बयां करते हैं। जैसे अगर मैं बात करूं ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर की, तो इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन अगर एक छोटे से छोटा बच्चा भी जानता है कि इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन ऑटोमोबाइल क्षेत्र से संबंधित है। आज के समय में अगर हम एकदम से जीवाश्म ईंधनों से चलने वाले वाहनों को इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों की तरफ स्थानांतरित कर देंगे तो इससे बड़ा घाटे का सौदा हमारे अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए और कोई नहीं। क्योंकि आज भी 2021 की नीति आयोग की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था 8% तक ऑटोमोबाइल पर निर्भर करती है और इसके अनुसार जो रोजगारी का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है उसके अनुसार 32 मिलियन से ज्यादा लोग सिर्फ अकेले अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर ऑटोमोबाइल में ही रोजगार पाते हैं। तो क्या हम उनकी रोजी रोटी के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं कर रहे? और महोदय, मेरी दूसरी चिंता का विषय है कि हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता पर गहराता संकट, यानी कि बार बार हर मंच से कहलाना जाना कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर बनना है, हमें देश को आगे बढ़ाना है। क्या इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन उसके सामने एक पत्थर की तरह खड़े नहीं? क्योंकि ACMA के डायरेक्टर जनरल विनी मेहता के अनुसार एक सामान्य गाड़ी को बनाने के लिए 15 से 20% तक पुर्जे हमें चीन से आयात करने पड़ते हैं। वहीं अगर मैं बात करूं इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियों की तो 90% तक हम सिर्फ चीन पर उसके पुर्जों के लिए ही आत्मनिर्भर हो जाते हैं। तो कहाँ है हमारा आत्मनिर्भर बनने का सपना? क्या वो साफ हवा के चक्कर में गुम तो नहीं हो गया। अब मैं आगे बढ़ूं तो फेम टू नीति, जिस पर कल पूरे दिन बहस होती रही और सभी ने उसके तारीफ में पुल के पुल बांध दिए, तो मैं उनसे कहना चाहूंगा कि फेम टू नीति 2021 में ही समाप्त होने वाली थी, लेकिन वो अपने अपने लक्ष्य से 10% तक ही काम कर पाई। बाकी का 90% कहाँ गया किसी को नहीं मालूम। और उसे जब 2024 तक बढ़ा दिया गया, तब ये साफ साफ पता चल गया कि सरकारी तंत्र भी इसके लिए अभी मजबूर है। और अगर मैं बात करूं प्रदूषण की, तो सबसे बड़ा दावा यही किया जाता है कि भारत, जहाँ दुनिया के सबसे 20 प्रदूषित शहरों में से 13 शामिल है, उसे अगर साफ करना है तो हमें इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन अपनाने ही होंगे। लेकिन महोदय, ये बात जानना अति आवश्यक है कि वाहन जो प्रदूषण फैलाते हैं, उसमें इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन भी कम नहीं है। क्योंकि अगर बात करूं कि इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन किससे चलते हैं, सब कहेंगे बिजली से। क्या भारत की बिजली 60% से ज्यादा कोयले पर निर्भर नहीं? आप खनिज मंत्रालय या ऊर्जा मंत्रालय की किसी भी वार्षिक रिपोर्ट को खोल के देख लीजिए, कभी भी 60% से ज्यादा बिजली अगर कहीं उत्पन्न होती है, वो सिर्फ कोयले की वजह से। तो क्या कोयला प्रदूषण नहीं फैलाता? और अगर मैं बात करूं बैटरियों की, जो लिथियम आयन बैटरी का शब्द आप कल पूरे दिन और आज सुबह से सुन रहे हैं, तो क्या वो भी प्रदूषण नहीं फैलाती? 1 टन लिथियम आयन को खनन करने के लिए हमें कम से कम 15 टन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का उत्सर्जन करना पड़ता है। क्या वो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड प्रदूषण नहीं फैलाता? और अगर मैं बात करूं कि बैटरी अगर कभी खराब भी हो गई, तो उसका निवारण हम कहां से लाएंगे? क्या वो बाद में प्रदूषण नहीं फैलाएगी? और महोदय, अच्छा आप जरा सोचिए कि तपती धूप में मई जून के महीने में अगर आप बेंगलोर की सड़कों पे जा रहे हो, ट्रैफिक तो पहले से मौजूद है, और अगर आपकी स्कूटर जो इलेक्ट्रिक है वो खराब हो गई, तो क्या आप खुद को असहाय महसूस नहीं करेंगे? क्योंकि अभी भी भारत की संरचनाओं में इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए चार्जिंग स्टेशन हो, उसके रख रखाव और उनके मैकेनिकों की बड़ी भारी मात्रा में कमी है। इस मामले में हम आगे क्या करेंगे? और अगर मैं आगे बात करूँ, कल एक मेरी प्रतिभागी इस माइक को पकड़ के जोर जोर से ये बोल रही थी कि ये हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था में आग लगा देगी। आग का तो पता नहीं, लेकिन हैदराबाद, सिलीगुड़ी, दिल्ली में लगने वाले घरों में आग, लोगों की जाने वाली जाने, क्या उपभोक्ता अधिकार यानी ह्यूमन राइट्स और मानव अधिकार का उल्लंघन नहीं है? निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचने से पहले मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों को भारतीय की सड़कों पर उतारने से पहले भी एक लंबी दूरी तय करनी है, और वो दूरी तय करनी है साफ, सस्ता और सुरक्षित बनने की। और इस अपने वाणी को विराम देने से पहले मैं उसी प्रश्न को दोहराना चाहूंगा जहां से मैंने शुरू किया, कि क्या भारत सच में इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार है? आप स्वयं सोचिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you for your participation, lot number 21. I welcome the next presenter. Presenter 22.
Good morning, honorable jury member and respected house. In a country where on one hand Prime Minister speaks of Digital India campaign, but on other hand a single downpour is enough to plunge many villages into darkness due to the power cut lasting for 2 to 3 days. In such a context, honorable member from Treasury Bench claiming that India is ready for electrical vehicle is equivalent to claiming that 2 + 2 makes 5. Respected house, understanding stark difference between dreams, reality and lofty dreams, I take my stand in from opposition to the bill in today's house. Respected house, on 2022 7 February, Power Minister R.K. Singh in Rajya Sabha, based on the findings in 19th electrical power survey, he said that in a single year India need 1650.50 billion unit electricity, but government is able to provide only 1460.94 billion unit electricity at a time when government is unable to fulfill the basic needs of power.
then answer to the question asked in the today house should be self-evident. And keeping the statement of R.K. Singh in my mind, all I can say is claiming that India is ready for electric vehicle is equivalent to dreaming of building skyscrapers when you cannot even provide a single thin roof above the head. Respected house, in 2017, Honorable Prime Minister had launched Har Ghar Bijli scheme, and he had claimed that upcoming 1,000 days in India, every village will have electricity. But as of 2023, we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and one village from Uttar Pradesh named Etwa did not even have one single electric bulb. When Anita Devi, a resident of his village, was asked about Modi Har Ghar Bijli scheme, he said, "We don't know about any government scheme, but we know how to live without electricity." This is the reality. This is the real picture of our nation. Honorable respected jury members, keeping this picture in my mind, I cannot say that India is ready for electric vehicle. Honorable member from the Treasury bench yesterday claiming that India is ready for electric vehicle. Now I will ask them, for whom these electric vehicles are for. According to the Data Tendulkar Committee of Indian government, 21.9% people, Indian population, still live in the below poverty line. For them, how somehow they may able to manage on government beneficiary scheme, and for them buying a small petrol operated vehicle is out of the question. Then how they will able to purchase this vehicle costing lakhs of rupees? Understanding that this dreams reality, respected house, I once again my stand in opposition of the bill and clearly say that our country, which is incapable of providing basic economic security to the millions of its citizens, is not yet ready for electric vehicle. Respected house, before going to the debate on question whether or not India is ready to electric vehicle, we must come to in terms with games reality of our nation. In 2022 International Monetary Fund, our country, India's 145th position in terms of per capita income, 132nd position in terms of Human Development Index, 107th position in Global Hunger Index, increasing unemployment, and environment of chronic capitalism fostered by our government has leads to huge economic inequality. Due to this, 2021 Intercontinental Exchange report shows that income of the capitalists in India increased by 39.15%, while income of the common people decreased by 51.57%. Respected house, turning to our back on dire reality on the nation, the debate whether or not India is ready for electric vehicle is totally meaningless. On a respected house, our country India is still has been unable to bridge the gap between developed and developing nation, and still unable to provide the basic requirement millions of its citizens. In such a perspective, we claiming that India is ready for electrical vehicle is like building castles on the air. Respected house, I will have been much happier if the debate will have on solving the burning socio-economic problem. Without solving this socio-economic problem, a dream of electric vehicle will remain stay distant dream. As even after saying this much, honorable member from the Treasury events, they want to remain there constant by saying this India is ready for electrical vehicle. All I can say is they are waiting for bus but at the train station. At last, I want to clear my thoughts that I am not opposed to the electric vehicle, but I want to say that at the present time India is not ready for electric vehicle. Thank you, respected house. Thank you, respected jury members. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for sharing your thoughts with us. I invite next participant. Lot number 23. Yeah, please. Lot number 52, please come over to the dais. So now lot number 52 is presenting the thoughts.
हेलो. मत हवा दो इन चिरागों को, पूरी बस्तियां जल जाएगी. मत हवा दो इन चिरागों को, पूरी बस्तियां जल जाएगी. माना कि पानी में भी आग लगा सकते हो तुम, माना कि पानी में भी आग लगा सकते हो तुम, पर इन मगरमच्छों के साथ नन्ही मछलियां भी जल जाएगी. अब मैं आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि प्रदूषण एक मगरमच्छ है जिसके जिसको हम बर्बाद करने के प्रदूषण बचाने के चक्कर में हम लोग नन्ही मछलियां यानी कि नन्हे क्षेत्रों को भूल रहे हैं कि उनका भी क्या उपयोग है, उनको हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो फिर आदरणीय महोदय, आदरणीय सभागण, श्रोतागण को सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। मैं आज बात करना चाहता हूं कि जो बिजली विद्युत से चलने वाले वाहन जो उपयोग में आ रहे हैं, बट वो मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि जो विद्युत से चलित वाहन है उससे होने वाली दुर्घटनाएं वो ईंधन से चलित होने वाली दुर्घटनाओं से कम नहीं है। अब तक 18,000 मौत सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों का परीक्षण करने में ही हो चुकी है। और मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि एक इलेक्ट्रिक कार बनाने के लिए $36,000 की जरूरत पड़ती है। $36,000 यानी 29,83,860 रुपए। और एक आम आदमी की पूरी जिंदगी चली जाएगी इस कार को खरीदने में। और मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि इससे जुड़े जो चार्जिंग स्टेशंस की बात कर रहे हैं, ईंधन के पंप बनाने 1931 में जो पहला पंप ईंधन पंप बनाया गया था, आज 2023 में 64,600 पंप अवेलेबल है इंडिया में। तो अब आप देख सकते हैं कि उसके बाद जो हम ये इलेक्ट्रिक पंप बनाने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो फिर वो इतने समय में कैसे बन पाएंगे? अगर बन पाएंगे तो कैसे? और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि आप अभी यहाँ पर आए तो इलेक्ट्रिक कार से, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल से आए या फिर ईंधन से, ईंधन के वाहनों से आए? आपका जवाब होगा कि ईंधन के वाहनों से आए हैं। तो फिर हम कैसे सोच सकते हैं कि इतना भारत इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के लिए रेडी है? और लास्ट में मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि उन ऊंचे पेड़ों से है हमारी दास्तान, उन ऊंचे पेड़ों से है हमारी दास्तान कि बिजली से लगाव कर बैठे, बिजली से लगाव कर बैठे, मिलाकर उसे जमीन से हम खुद को ही राख बना चुके। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you for your participation. I welcome next participant. 23, please. Okay, next number 24, please. Sir, are you ready, sir?
जीना मुश्किल है या आसान, जरा देख तो लो। लोग लगते हैं परेशान, जरा देख तो लो। ये नया शहर तो खूब बसाया है तुमने, ये नया शहर तो खूब बसाया है तुमने, क्यों पुराना हुआ वीरान, जरा देख तो लो, क्यों पुराना हुआ वीरान, जरा देख तो लो। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, निरीक्षीय विवेकी निर्णायक मंडल एवं प्रशंसा के पात्र अत्यंत तर्क सम्मत प्रतिभागीगण, आप सभी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। मैं लॉट नंबर 24 से प्रतिभागी आज अपने विचार क्या भारत विद्युतीय संचालित वाहनों के लिए तैयार है विषय के विरुद्ध प्रकट करने का प्रयास करूंगा। विज्ञान प्रारंभ से ही मानव जाति और उसके उत्थान के लिए वरदान सिद्ध होता है। विज्ञान द्वारा की गई उपलब्धियों से ही आज का हमारा जो स्तर है, वह संभव हो पाया है। परंतु समय समय पर विज्ञान द्वारा की गई उपलब्धियों के अनियंत्रित प्रयोग से होने वाली हानि प्राकृतिक को विनाश भी करती आई है। बात करें विद्युतीय संचालित वाहन की, तो भारत के साथ साथ पूरा विश्व आज इस दौड़ में लगा हुआ है कि कैसे हम इनको अपने जीवन में उपलब्धियां दे सकते हैं। क्षमा चाहता हूं सर।
Thank you, participant, for your participation. I welcome next participant, number 25. Next number, please. Please come over the dial. 25 is going to present. Starts.
यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी लोगों को मेरी तरफ से प्यार भरी नमस्कार। मेरी आज की वार्ता का विषय है, क्या भारत इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार है? जी नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। ये कहा जाता है कि हमें सबसे पहले इमारत की नींव पर ध्यान देना चाहिए, सीधा इमारत के निर्माण पर ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए। हमें नींव बनानी चाहिए अच्छी सड़कों की, प्रफुल्लित ऊर्जा की, अच्छे राजमार्गों की, और फिर हमें ध्यान देना चाहिए इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों पर। हमें सबसे पहले अपने अधूरे कार्य को पूरा करना चाहिए और फिर ही नए कार्य पर जाना चाहिए। जैसे कि भारत में मॉनसून आने पर बहुत सारी जगह पर पानी का जमा होना, गड्ढों का भरना और बाढ़ जैसी परिस्थितियों में जहां पेट्रोल और डीजल की गाड़ी को चलाना ही मुश्किल हो जाता है, तो ऐसे में हम इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के बारे में सोच भी कैसे सकते हैं? भारत की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है बिजली की कटौती। हम देखते हैं कई गांव और शहरों में 2-3 दिन तक बिजली ही नहीं आती, तो हम इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों को चार्ज ही कैसे कर पाएंगे? रही बात समय की, समय बहुत अमूल्य है। वाहनों का आविष्कार समय को बचाने के लिए हुआ था, लेकिन हम कई बार जल्दी में जब इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो क्या होता है कि कुछ देर तक तो वो चले जाता है, बाद में उसकी बैटरी डाउन होने का खतरा रहता है। उसके बाद हम ये कहना चाहेंगे अंत अंत में मैं यह कहना चाहूंगा कि
Thank you, participants, for your participation. I welcome next participant. 26. Please participant number 26 come to the dais. Contestant 26, please. Okay, next number 27. Our next presenter is number 27.
A very warm good morning to one and all. Today I'm here to debate against the motion. Is India ready for electric vehicle? Is India ready for electric vehicles? The first point that I should substantiate here is the lack of steady electric supply. According to India Residential Energy Survey of 2020, India receives an electrical supply of about 20.4 hours per day. Moving on to the most populated state of India, that is Uttar Pradesh, has about 16 hours and 20 hours of electricity supply only, stating that moving on to the northeastern side of India, there is a very fluctuating electric supply. In such a condition, how can we install electric vehicles which has to be charged sequentially, or which has to be charged continuously, which is having power cuts or blackouts of about 6 to 8 hours? The major issues that the electric supply of India faces are low voltage, fluctuating voltage, less reliable, and blackouts. In such a situation, charging electric vehicles seems to be a laborious task, even in an emergency situation. Moving on to the second point, being economical has an untold version. Being economical, as we said, it is an economical source. How can it become an economical source? The per capita net national income of India is about 1.99 lakhs, and that of US is about 60 lakhs. A country like US can impose it because they have the income. 8 out of 10 Indian household has food issues, and coming on to the position of India in the global hunger rate index is about 107. A country who is still striving to face poverty and hunger cannot install electric vehicles in a short time. And that is why Tata Tiger has given us electrical vehicle, which is having a cost of 12 lakhs. And the motorized vehicle has a cost of 6 lakhs, a difference of 6 lakhs. How can the Indian people who are so middle class face this need? Moving on to the third point, the lack of people's demand or consumer demand. We, the Indians, are more concentrated in the selling price than the cost price. It has a higher purchase cost, and also it has a very low selling price. It has lesser performance. The energy is stored in the electrodes of the battery. As the capacity increases, the size increases, the mileage decreases. We, the youngsters, forming the 65% of the Indian population, are more concerned about the speed. We want the vehicles which have great speed. And how could the Indians, which are more focused or fascinated by speed, move to such electric vehicles? Moving on to the fourth point, safety issues. And because of the safety issues, Ola has recalled about 1,441 electric vehicles back. The company named True Electric Vehicles has recalled 2,000 electric vehicles back. The main issue is the production of fire or the explosions that has been caused, and it's reported that about 6 deaths are being reported recently due to the electric vehicles explosion. And we might say the both the opponent yesterday has said India has recently discovered lithium deposits, and my question is, the lithium ion battery that we are saying to be manufactured, there is no particular infrastructure unit here in India. We are still importing it. And the next point is the quality of the lithium that has been found in Kashmir Valley. We don't know what is the quality of it. No infrastructure, no technology. And the other point that we should take into consideration is there is a greater chance for explosion. No other concern is being made. And there is no concern being made for the disposal of the lithium ion battery. We know lithium, cadmium, copper, they are all toxic in nature. They can cause serious damages to the human. And coming on to the conclusion, being pollution free is just a myth. It is not pollution free. As we know, the manufacturing unit will be producing twice the amount of pollutants than being produced from a motorized vehicle. So there is a considerable change. I'm not saying, finally concluding, that electric vehicle is the future, but we want a developed nation with a sustainable one. That is, we want non-fluctuating electricity, and also we require the place where we can come up with more sustainable one. Thank you.
Thank you for your active participation. I welcome our next participant, number 28.
If you want to let go of things, what weigh you down?
Sir, are you ready, sir? Okay.
If you want to let go of things, then you have to let go of the things what weigh you down. Good morning, everyone. My token number is 28. Today, I'm going to present the topic on is India ready for electric vehicles? I would say no. India is not ready yet. India is not ready yet. So, firstly, India is a democratic country. It has been divided into two parts, rural and urban. Rural is the majority part, and people in rural areas are having different mindset when compared to urban areas. People here have difficulty with adapting to the things in the new technology. That is why we have extension department, right? So the people here, if we talk about the Department of Agriculture, they have introduced drone technology, which is helpful for the farmers, whereas they still have difficulty in adopting to such technologies. Then how would they be able to adopt to different technology which is just helpful for them, right? So if we see about this aspect, the India need to develop in more different ways to help the rural areas and also the urban areas. Now we have finished about the psychology of people. Let's talk about the affordability. Initial cost for the electric vehicles is very high that rural people are unable to afford it. We take EMIs for smartphones, which is a smaller product, but we also need EMIs for electric vehicles too, which is usually higher in the initial stages and later it has been smaller divided. So rural areas need better provisions of electricity too for electric vehicles. Fuel stations are very few in rural areas. Within the 5 kilometers of areas, which is a smaller village, have a fuel station common with the other village. They are unable to have fuel stations, which is said to be more in India. We are talking about electricity. Electricity is also shortage in rural areas, which they are unable to use throughout the day. How will they able to use it for the vehicles which they need to transport their produce, as agriculture is their major occupation? This will be affecting their economic status too. When the produce is placed on the vehicle should also be able to bear the weight. But electric vehicles are unable to do so. We are having circuit shortage and battery life being drained due to high weight being placed onto electric vehicles. So rural people will not be able to use it. Now coming to urban areas, youth and working population are the major areas using the vehicles. So will they be able to use it? I don't think so, because youth need sound for the vehicle. Sound is the major strategy used by automobile technology for their sales. So sound is not being provided in electric vehicles. Then will they be purchasing it? I don't think so. Talking about affordability again here, we are unable to afford for the things like smartphones as said in rural areas. It's same thing applies here. We have talked about urban area now too. Now let's see that will both the areas be compatible to each other? No, not at all. Because it is common, rural and urban areas both have the same features and we need to sell electric vehicles to them. India now is celebrating International Year of Millets, right? Why is it? Because we have different food habits which have to be altered. Are we able to do it successfully? It is still in progress. Food is our basic need. We are unable to do that until now. Then what about automobiles? Will be able to alter their mindset and meet the needs of the people when it is about electric vehicles? No, not at all. We need more and more technology which will be helpful for the people to adapt to the technology and later introduce electric vehicles. We are still struggling hard to provide electricity for rural areas. Then how will we able to make them use the electric vehicles which need lot of time to charge at a spot and then move it on to the other spot? Thank you. I rest my case here by concluding that I want India to be a developed country, not destroyed with the experiments. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for sharing your thoughts with us. I invite next participant, 29. Now the presenter lot number is 29.
Another day, another strategy to make rich rich and poor poorer. This is what we are seeing in the today's scenario of EV. Good morning, a delightful good morning to all present here. I putting my views against the motion, and I strongly believe India is not at all ready for the electronic vehicles. Would you like to go for a ecological destination for which you don't know the path to reach it? This is what the government of India is doing. They are blindly subsidizing the electronic vehicles, and the money for the subsidy is coming from the major section which is contributing to this is the middle class section of our society. And the actual benefits are getting by the rich peoples of our society. The average cost of an EV in the market, average cost of the four-wheeler EV in the market is approximately 17.5 lakh. It is the amount which is most of the families of the Indian families per annum income. Sorry.
Thank you, participant, for your participation. I welcome next participant, lot number 30. Lot number 30, please. (31). Next number 31 is here. Who is the next ready lot number sitting here? Please come over here. Okay, who is ready? 33, okay. Come to the dais. Now the next presenter is lot number 33.
European Union bans the sale of new IC vehicles from 2025. Mercedes says it will go all electric by 2030. But for a developing nation like India, when 10% of the population still doesn't have any access to electricity, a major question arises, which also is our topic for today's debate. Is India ready for electric vehicles? And I stand firmly against this motion. Yesterday, my worthy opponents talked about emission of greenhouse gases, depletion of fossil fuels. But are electric vehicles really emission-free? The batteries that electric vehicles use needs a lot of mining to be done, and this process is extremely damaging to the environment. It's estimated that to produce one battery, 10 to 40 tons of carbon dioxide is emitted. And not to forget about the deforestation that has been taking place because of mining. Let's talk about the most important thing, charging stations. What government has done to improve the charging stations? Yes, we need to charge our EVs at charging stations. We cannot charge our EVs with our power banks. But wait, where are the charging stations? According to Niti Aayog, at present, India has only 934 active charging stations. And not to mention the slow charging speed of these charging stations, which will leave you stuck in the middle of an highway, wasting your precious time, taking you hours to get your EV fully charged. My worthy opponents talked about a low running cost of the EVs. But why didn't they mention about the higher initial cost and the higher battery replacement cost? there have been several instances of electric vehicles catching fire, from Tata Nexon SUV to Ola electric scooters. According to expert committee, the battery management system has found to be seriously deficient. A proper venting mechanism was absent and poor qualities batteries were used in all the vehicles that caught fire. Seeing all this, a question comes in my mind. If the people in government really cared about the environment, why don't they look at banning 30 years old trucks and buses that actually spew out large quantity of black smoke? Isn't this hypocrisy? Majority of these trucks and buses are owned by the government or the politicians. Seeing all the points together, I would like to mention India, with present condition and technologies, should focus on greener technologies, cleaner mining, and clean fuels like bio-CNG, CNG, green hydrogen, rather than mandating EVs and pushing adoption of EVs without any proper planning and management. Because electric vehicles can wait, but the damage to our environment and economy, once done, cannot be reversed. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for your active participation. I welcome next participant. Our next presenter is lot number 34. Sir, are you ready? Jury, sir.
Is biryani affordable by you every day? Isn't rice and dal is more affordable and easily digestible? Just like biryani is a e-vehicle. Yesterday, my would-be opponents said many things. They tried to prove their points with facts and data that e-vehicles are very good. But today, I'm standing here not to create a fuss about the topic, but just to prove that why e-vehicles are not yet ready in India. Good morning, my respected jury members and my dear friend. I'm lot number 34, presenting before you that why India is not yet ready with e-vehicles on the road. Firstly, Indians prefer using petrol and diesel-driven car rather than e-vehicles because of their slow pickup and slow speed. So don't you think that Indians will take time to shift from the petrol-driven cars to that of the e-vehicles? According to the reports as said by the Society of the Manufacturers, that 22,000 of that of the e-vehicles manufactured, the only 4,000 e-vehicle that to four-wheelers were sold. Moreover, let's concentrate on what are the drawbacks of using e-vehicles in India. India lacks proper infrastructure and management technologies to manufacture the e-vehicles. Moreover, the initial cost of making the e-vehicles is comparatively higher than that of the petrol and diesel-driven car. That too, the lithium, which is the raw material required for the manufacturing of that of the battery, is essential. My worthy opponent mentioned that 5.9 million tons of the lithium reserves have been found in Kashmir. But did the scientists mention about the extraction mechanism? What to do with the raw materials if we don't get the finished products yet? Moreover, the e-vehicles require frequent charging. Then if we need the frequent charging, then we need installation of the power station at the frequent intervals. Then what about the government? Government have to spend more and more money to install those power station at frequent intervals. And that too, is that economically viable and feasible for the government of India? I don't think so. Next, after the using of that of the battery, we have to dispose it. We all know that the disposal of the battery, it releases the lead and cadmium into the environment, which will contribute to pollution. And those are carcinogenic. Moreover, they will contribute to that of the health hazard
to that of the human beings. As per the report, it has been quoted that in Nagpur, the release of the ambitious, that is the Ola e-vehicles, just after the 9 months, the Ola driver protested and they said they want to shift back to that of their petrol and diesel driven car. Do you know what's the reason? The reason is because of the long standing time in the charging station, and that too, the manufacturing parts or the manufacturing cost that was required for their maintenance, that was also high. Moreover, in India, if we install the power station also, there are the high chances of that of the power theft. What about the power theft? And that will lose in the revenue of that of $16 million. Moreover, that of the what about the whenever there will be the power cut, what will you do with the e-vehicle? You will just drive it on the road without using it. So the using of the e-vehicle, it may be good, it may be eco-friendly, but government of India, and moreover in India, it's not yet ready. Moreover, the roads of India, are they pitch perfect to use the e-vehicle? The parts of the e-vehicle are fragile. They get disintegrated whenever there are great jerkings and all. So what about all those things? Keeping in those points in mind, I would say that government of India has taken lots of steps to introduce e-vehicle in India, but there lies a gap. And I can say that in the near future, we can adopt e-vehicles, but absolutely no now. So I would like to conclude by saying India is not yet ready to use e-vehicles now. Thank you.
Thank you. Lot number 37 participant. I invite next participant, lot number 35. Lot number 35, please. Okay. Okay. Who is ready? Next number 36 is here. Lot number 36, please. Lavan is ready. Is the card. Number 11 is going to present. It starts.
They say they have built electric vehicles. Let me ask them, where does this electricity come from? Does it come from the flowers? Well, maybe someday in the future, but all that we have today are coal, oil, and gas. A very good morning to all present here. I am a representative of lot number 11. So, is India ready for electrical vehicles? Well, for the EV market to establish its roots in India, it needs to satisfy 4 factors. These 4 factors are the individual buyers, the infrastructure, the employments in other sectors, and finally the environment. Let us first talk about the individual buyers. For an individual, as lucrative as it may sound to buy an electrical vehicle, they are simply not reliable. The reason being that these are new vehicles, right? These are a new concept. We do not have sufficient data to predict their performances in the future. That being said, I can go to a Honda showroom today and confidently buy an Activa because I have seen its performance over the decades, right? But the same cannot be said true for an Ola Electric, the many models of which had caught fire in the battery boxes oft recently. The second factor here is the infrastructure. Almost all of my worthy opponents yesterday mentioned the discovery of a lithium-ion mine in Jammu and Kashmir. Here's a catch though. Just because we have apple seeds does not mean we are ready to eat the harvested fruit right away. Similarly, the government has to bolster the Jammu and Kashmir with the sufficient infrastructure to process the lithium out of the mines. Next, the government has to set tenders to the contractors who will then mine out the same. That, my dear audience, will take time. Another aspect related to infrastructure was the settlement of the charging stations, right? The government plans at installing a charging station at every 5 kilometers in the cities, assuming that each charging station is the size of a conventional petrol pump. The construction of them, let alone the maintenances, will take time. The topic of the debate was, is India ready for electrical vehicles? And considering these factors, no, we are not. The third factor is the employment in other sectors. Dear audience, it was heartbreaking yesterday to know that none of the participants mentioned this sensitive topic. Today, the oil and gas sector, along with the conventional automobile sector, employ 40 million people either directly or indirectly. Today, if you go to a petrol pump, perhaps the young lady who is filling your petrol tank, maybe she's a mother, a single mother of two, struggling to make her ends meet. If tomorrow you switch to an electric vehicle, she, along with thousands of people like her, will be expunged out of their jobs. So, unless and until the government has come up with an alternate niche for these expunged workforce to complete their livelihoods, we as a nation are not ready for electric vehicles. And let us address the elephant in the room, the climate, the environment. We are being sold the electrical vehicles under the facade that these do not cause pollution, right? Well, that is a fallacy, that is a myth. Just for the production of an electric vehicle, a brand new electric car, it takes 30,000 pounds of carbon dioxide and it is emitted into the atmosphere. Yesterday, everyone talked about how the conventional cars are polluting the atmosphere and hence the environment. I want to ask you, is the environment only made up of the atmosphere? No, the environment is a beautiful amalgamation of air, water, and soil. When you go on to dispose the lithium-ion batteries, these are non-biodegradable. Upon burning, not only will they pollute the air, but upon dumping into the junkyards, they pollute both the soil and the water. And at present, we do not have the infrastructure to recycle lithium batteries. By saying all these data, in no ways am I trying to denigrate the government's efficacy at installing electric vehicles in our country. The thing is that by 2050, we will, as a nation, have more than 60 million electrical vehicles, and that will make us proud, right? We'll be reducing our carbon footprints. But the topic of the debate was, is India ready for electric vehicles? And at present, we are not. But accepting the fact can be a step towards becoming an electric India and perhaps towards a silent revolution. That being said, I'd like to rest my speech here. Thank you.
Thank you, lot number 11, for your active participation. I welcome lot number 18. Because of medical issue, we have given chance to lot number 11 now. Now we are welcoming lot number 18 in the same reason.
Hello. Can I start? Ladies and gentlemen, today we all are here in Bengaluru, a city which is considered to be one of the fastest growing global major metropolises. Can I ask the house at large, how many electric vehicles have you seen running on the roads of this city? How many charging stations have you seen in this city? And how many of you own electric vehicles? If the answer to all of these questions represent a minority of population, then how can my worthy opponents say that India is ready for electric vehicles? Honorable Chair, members of the most distinguished jury, ladies and gentlemen, a very scintillating morning to one and all present here. Today, I stand in front of you to strongly oppose the motion of the House, as I believe that India is still not ready for electric vehicles. India is a developing country, and as much as we want to switch on electric vehicles as our daily mode of commute, the current penetration of electric vehicles is less than 1% of the total Indian automobile market. Honorable Chair, I would like to present 5 arguments to support my stance. My very first argument is that India lacks in significant infrastructure and necessary technologies to support EV manufacturing, as high-density batteries are still under question. And talking about charging stations, well, it's like a chicken and egg situation. Should the charging infrastructure be set up first, or should enough vehicles should be rolled out on the streets? Nobody knows. My second argument is the high cost of electric vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, electric vehicles cost almost twice as much the price of their petrol counterparts, be it two-wheelers or four-wheelers. Unless it is economical for an average Indian man, the whole idea of mass adoption is wishful thinking. My worthy opponents are being extremely apathetic when they think that a country with a rank of 107 in Global Hunger Index, with a poverty rate of 84%, with a rank of 132 in Human Development Index is ready for an electric revolution. My third argument is uneven power distribution. Ladies and gentlemen, as the whole concept is supported by electricity, power cuts and uneven power supply will play their roles. Even the most developed cities of our country face power crisis, let alone villages and other areas. My fourth argument is lack of lithium reserves and their exploitation. Even after the recent discovery of lithium reserves in Jammu and Kashmir, as stated by my worthy opponents, the absence of efficient mining policies of metals and minerals and inadequate household management will cause an hindrance in the exploitation of these resources. And my final argument is to counter the most basic concept of electric vehicles as bragged by my worthy opponents, that electric vehicles are eco-friendly and pollution-free. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the most important source of electricity of India is the burning of fossil fuels, especially coal. So the charging of electric vehicles will cause the emission of same amount of greenhouse gases as the petrol-powered vehicles. Honorable Chair, I believe that this whole question of if India is ready for electric vehicles is irrelevant in recent times. Today, when we stand here and look, our country, which is facing a lot of problems, but we are here asking and discussing that if electric vehicles are relevant for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, today, India is screaming. India is screaming for a strong road connect. India is screaming for a strong and robust economy. And most importantly, India is screaming for energy security. Unless and until we have the resources in place, unless and until we have the infrastructure in place, we cannot ask ourselves if India is ready for electric vehicles. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, lot number 18, for your participation. I welcome next participant, 36. Lot number 36, please. Okay, next number 37. Now our presenter is lot number 37.
Electric vehicles are not pollution free. They get energy from somewhere. My good afternoon to respected jury members and worthy participants. Today, I am going to speak
against the motion on the topic, is India ready for electric vehicles? Let's put this question aside and know what happens if India really start using electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are not emission free. They run on electricity, and they get this electricity typically by the mix of emissions of intensive fossil fuels and nuclear energy and power from renewable sources. And also the coal is used as a raw material to produce the gas lines and electricity. And this emissions of carbon from the electric vehicles will be more worse than the emissions from the gasolines. And when we look at the aspect of the cost, the electric vehicles are of too high price. They cost too high. And let us consider the examples of Tata's Nexans, diesel and petroleum vehicles, which ranges from 7.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs. Whereas the same Nexans electric vehicle ranges from 20 to 25 lakhs. And when we look at the temperature, so temperature plays a major role in electricity, right? So when the maximum temperature or the efficient temperature for electric vehicles is 15 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. So what happens if the temperature is below 15 degrees Celsius? And what happens if the temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius? And next, what not? The negative points of electric vehicles are their speed is too slow, and their cost is too high, and the use of electric vehicles is too expensive. And for example, the Ola vehicles, the Ola drivers in Nagpur. So the ambitious program, they launched an ambitious program, and the Ola drivers used these electric vehicles for 9 months. And after 9 months, all the Ola drivers were on the roads, and they are wanting to return back their vehicles, their petrol and diesel vehicles back, due to their high maintenance and low charging power, and it will take more time for charging. So after this, what not? The charging points in India, the electric vehicle charging points are very less. Even though the charging points are provided, different electric vehicle companies are providing different ports to charge, different ports for different electric vehicles. So it is difficult to provide the universal ports to all the electric charging points, unlike providing the petroleum bunks. And after that, at last, our India is not really worth for providing the electric vehicles, and our India is not really ready for providing the electric vehicles. And thank you.
Thank you, participant. I welcome next participant, 38. Lot number 38 is going to present her views.
A very pleasant morning to respected judges, jury members, audience, and my fellow participants. Yesterday, a debate was conducted in the topic, is India really ready for Indian electrical vehicle? Today, myself, lot number 38, going to oppose it, telling that India is not ready. Electrical vehicles rely on chargers which uses electricity. Electricity comes from the fossil fuels. We just say that yesterday in that debate, they told that electrical vehicles go eco-friendly. But I don't believe so. The reason is that eco-friendly, if it is generated by coal is generating electricity, and electricity produces the electrical vehicle. If burning coal is harmful, then how come the electrical vehicle? The fact is, electrical vehicle causes the pollution which is 3 times greater than the conventional vehicle which uses petrol and diesel. Then let me take an example. The mobile phones that we use and the electrical that we use. Is there any similarity and differences? There's only similarity and there is no differences. The mobile phones that we use need a charge, and the electric vehicle also needs a charge. But if a phone battery goes down, the phone is dead. That's no problem. But if electrical vehicle goes below the charge of 20%, and imagine a driver is driving a vehicle with an emergency patient, what happens? The patient is dead before it could reach its destination. A former cricketer, Indian captain MS Dhoni, says that electrical vehicles are not a solution. What he mean by that? Though he is a fond of electric bikes and cars, he tells it is not a solution, which means he is telling that burning coal and creating an electric vehicle creates an impact on the environment too. If burning coal is harmful and it cannot be eco-friendly, then how come the electric vehicles are greeny and eco-friendly? Then yesterday my opponents were telling that about using a lithium ion battery. We say lithium is best, lithium is good, but what is the actual fact? The fact is that in the periodic table, the first group elements are S block element and we tell it as alkali. If lithium is an alkali, is lithium really good? No, it is actually an alkali and it causes an impact on the environment as well as on the aquatic environment to our human health. Where do we dispose those batteries? We dispose it on land and aquatic environment. What happens to the minute organism living in the environment? It is being harmed. Where do we dispose it? In the water bodies? The minute organisms like phytoplankton, zooplankton is being in danger. Who are responsible for we the humans who have supported the electric vehicle? Therefore, I conclude my speech by telling the most important line from Tirukural, which is a Tamil literature written by Thiruvalluvar. Epporul yar yar vai ketpinum apporul meipporul kanbadu arivu, which means that he tells that people must not be blindfolded in listening or hearing what they see or hear. They have to go find out, research it, and then come to a conclusion. Therefore, I request you Indians, please save our Mother Earth from the electrical vehicles. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, participant, for sharing your thought. I welcome lot number 39 to present your thought.
Check, check, check. Hello, hello, check.
All that glitters is not gold. Something that seems to be extremely beautiful outside might not be when you look at it more closely. A very delightful afternoon to everyone present here. I am Code 39, standing here to speak against the notion, is India ready for electric vehicles? Modern days, modern ways. In this fast-moving 21st century, we are ready to gamble on anything without prior information or knowledge. The same thing is happening with EVs in India, where people are just blabbering about it being a new revolution without actually knowing the truth. Indeed, yesterday, my co-debaters fabricated an unusual amount of artificially created hype around these vehicles when all they talked was about them being eco-friendly, cheap, and sustainable. In a developing nation like ours, India, where metropolitan cities themselves face 2 to 8 hours of power outage every 2 days, do you think such a large electrical intervention at such a large scale is even feasible? What about the resources? Okay, a new reserve has been found, but wouldn't it get depleted some or other day because it is again a non-renewable source of energy? Spitting out the facts, even today in India, we are only able to produce 119.58 gigawatts of renewable source of energy, which is not even being able to meet the general household electricity demands. Then where will they provide to the EVs? Most of the components that go into an electric vehicle are not even being manufactured in the nation. The heart of the EVs, that is the batteries, are being manufactured somewhere else. And today its dominant manufacturers are China. So it will lead us to a situation where for the outside world, we have broken up with China, but inside, hamare dil mein to we are still on made in China. Is India ready for this? Okay. Nextly, because of the extreme terrains as well as orographic nature of India, the locomotion of normal vehicles itself is being difficult. Then can we actually provide new roads as well as new infrastructural facilities for the EVs? Do you think it is feasible? According to a survey conducted by the National Daily, tells us that today, even sophisticated vehicles such as Tesla burn out when there are heavy floods or rains, thus leading to further consequences. Do you think in India such a thing is possible? Finally, if EVs was so important, what has the government actually done for its improvement? Okay, it has started new charging points, but most of them are not even working properly because of its poor maintenance and negligence. This is the seriousness of EVs in India. I would like to mention a very important case study conducted by IIT Kharagpur over here. It tells us that the maximum charging capacity of any electrical appliance in India is just 25 kilowatts. Thus, for the charging of any basic car, it would take minimum of 45 minutes. Thus, this will lead to something known as battery anxiety in a densely populated nation like India, which finally leads to riots. Is India ready for another riot when so much is actually happening over here? Let us also talk about the very important section. I am standing over here in this dais speaking in the agricultural university. Then why aren't anyone speaking about the agricultural sector? Aren't the vehicles, is there vehicles? Just imagine a condition where all your tractors, tillers, your rotovators go completely electrified. A basic average farmer has to undergo the cumbersome process of, first of all, understanding the mechanism of it, understanding the model of it, and then just to charge the vehicles, he should first go to a charging point, download the app, enter his personal details, enter the details of the vehicles, and then when he has to pay, there may be high chances of breaches in the security because it works completely on the internet. Finally, when he gets the plug point to get connected to the vehicle, dang, there is a power outage. The farmer be like, I will plow my land on my own. Finally, condemning all my co-debaters who were speaking that there is a large amount of crude oil being imported and exported inside and outside of India, which will lead to the economy depletion. Let me tell you, seeing the recent politics of India, ladies and gentlemen, when India itself is maintaining its friendship with the other nations based on the imports of this crude oil, will the Indian government be ready to sacrifice its friendship just because for the vehicles whose justification itself is not given yet? Finally, concluding, I would like to say that keep your minds open, but not so open that your brain falls out. India is so not ready for electric interventions. Indian markets have just become a garbage where anything can be sold. Be a judge yourself and decide if you want this Pandora's box to be introduced in the nation or not. Thank you.
Next participant, please. Lot number 40 is going to present now.
So, good afternoon, everyone present here. This is lot number 40, and today I'll be presenting my views on this topic. Is India ready for electric vehicles? Now, we hear a lot of chatter that India can make this shift towards electric vehicles, but the ground reality begs to differ in every possible way. I would start with the first and foremost important points that many of my co-contestants also put here: the charging infrastructure. India, as of January 2023, possesses 5,254 charging stations only. Now, with the current increasing demand, it needs to grow by 9 times of the current chargers. Think that if you are already going to promote the electric vehicles, how many times increase you will need that. And investors are not ready to invest in charging stations. Reason being, investment is high and the current output is low. The next point I would like to put across is the charging time. Even the fastest charging vehicles take up to 1 hour to get fully charged. Now, what about the portable chargers? They can take up to 8 to 12 hours to charge your vehicles. Think about a situation when you're in the middle of the road stranded for the entire night. It will be a nightmare that no one would want to be. The next thing is, what does the charging stations use to put electricity? They use thermal power plants that uses coal. How is this green energy? Someone would care to tell me. Even if we think of shifting to renewable sources of energy, we can go for wind energy, we can go for hydro energy. Reason being, they are not available everywhere. Our only hope is solar energy. Now, I would like to tell you a scientific fact. The solar energy conversion efficiency is only 20%. With that conversion efficiency, we will need a huge area and even a bigger investment to produce that much electricity. The next point is the battery. On a continuous basis of use, the battery would need to be changed every 3 years. Now, government might provide incentives to you to buy a vehicle, but they won't provide the incentives for recurring costs. For a middle-class family, that 35 to 45% cost of the initial cost of the vehicle is a large amount. And what about the old batteries? They constitute the e-waste for which we don't have recycling units. At the current point, We have 178 recycling units only. And even if we make this sudden shift to electric vehicles, what about the traditional ones? What are we going to do with the scraps of those vehicles? Where are we going to accommodate them and how are we going to recycle them? The same problem lies with the workforce as well. The current workforce in the automobile industry is only eligible to work with the traditional vehicles. They don't have that technical knowledge yet. Either they will become jobless or they will have to be retrained accordingly. The next problem that arises is that we think a lot of time, okay, the range of the electric vehicles has now reached up to 300 kilometers. Have you thought that the range of the traditional vehicles has reached to more than 1,000 kilometers? The IC engine still has the upper hand here. Don't you see? And why would a common man choose something with a 300-kilometer range over something with a 1,000-kilometer range? Would anyone tell me that? Would anyone here would choose that? The next problem is the resale value of electric vehicles is extremely low, considering the battery life cannot be trusted of a used vehicle. The same problem arises when we talk about the variety. The variety of electric vehicles is very low. And the common man would never, ever in their life choose something that won't fulfill their each and every criteria of requirement. The next point comes that of safety. I would like to put across an example. An Ola electric scooter caught fire in Mumbai, in Pune, Maharashtra, in the March 2022. That is just one example of many happening out there. To conclude, what all points I have put here in this dais is that we might think in theory that this is a perfect example of making your climate sustainable and everything. But in practicality, there is still a long way to go. If we think that we are ready for it, we are not. And as long as we are not ready to work on each and every one of these aspects, the infrastructure development, the consumer behavior, the facilities that has to be provided, the roads, every facility out there, the spare parts, the maintenance, everything. As long as we are not ready to work on each and every one of these aspects, as long as we are not ready to make a roadmap accordingly, India will never, ever be ready for electric vehicles. That will be all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your participation. I welcome next participant, 41.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here, respected jury members, my fellow contestants, and this lovely audience. I'm lot number 41, standing in front of you to speak against the motion, is India ready for electric vehicle yet? And my answer is no. Okay, now the introduction of electric vehicles in the automobile industry has completely revolutionized it. Brands like Jaguar has said that they will completely shift to 100% electric vehicles by 2025, Volkswagen by 2026, and Tesla and many other brands have also made claims like this. Now, two major reasons for claims like this is one, the fear of exhaustion of all the fossil fuels, and second is the environmental concern. But I would like to ask, is there anything that has zero emission? Any vehicle that has zero emission? On practical ground, it's no. No vehicle can have zero emissions practically. We can argue that the fuel vehicles, the vehicles that depend on petrol, gasoline, diesel, etc., have emissions while they are in use. But in case of electric vehicles, their manufacturing itself is causing a tremendous amount of environmental hazard. Now, the manufacturing of, we all know that electric vehicles run on batteries. The major component of the batteries of electric vehicles are lithium, cadmium, zinc, nickel. Lithium, as we all know, is not just hazardous to human health, but also for the environment. To manufacture a battery of around 450 kg, 2 lakh kgs of mining needs to be done, and an energy expense of 100 to 300 barrels of oil is done. In return, one single battery harvests an energy equivalent of just 1 barrel of oil. Isn't that unfair? Another case study I would like to present here is the case study of an area known as Lithium Triangle in South America. This area is the source of approximately 50% of the lithium to the world. Now, all the miners till date have used more than 65% of the available water for mining purpose in this area. And as a result, the ecosystem, the marine ecosystem, the water ecosystem, and the agriculture of this area is adversely affected. This is not the sustainable substitute for fuel vehicles that we have been looking for. No, this is not the substitute. Coming to the next metal, that is cobalt. According to a report by IIT, the most of the employees that have been employed by these mining industries and all are below the age of 18. That is a case of child labor, human trafficking, or human exploitation. This is also very unfair. Besides this manufacturing pollution, also the dumping of electric vehicles causes a lot of environmental pollution, as my fellow participants have already explained. Now, I would like to continue to 4 major reasons now that are also a part why India is currently not ready for electric vehicles. The first is safety. We all have heard about explosions in the battery and vehicles catching fire and all. So before switching to electric vehicle, we must ensure their safety. Second reason is speed. For our day-to-day transport, we can consider electric vehicle as a good option. But in case of emergency, for vehicles like ambulance and police vehicles, this cannot be considered. For any emergency situation where we actually need to have a fast speed, electric vehicles are not a good option. Then the shortage of charging points. Today in India, more than 40% of the source of electricity is fossil fuels. Thus, the mere purpose of using electric vehicles is getting ruled out. And the fourth point is the road infrastructure. The road infrastructure of India is not ready for electric vehicles or smooth running of the electric vehicles. Finally, I would like to conclude my speech by saying that having a small percentage of electric vehicles on the road is fine. We can afford the pollution that has been caused by their manufacturing. But switching 100% to electric vehicles is not affordable. The amount of environmental hazard it will cause cannot be afforded by the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for your participation. I welcome lot number 42.
Hello.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. A very warm good morning to one and all present here. Today, I'm standing in front of you to speak against the notion that India is ready for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles claim an environment-friendly, zero-emission, and possibly reduced dependency on fossil fuels. But for the EVs to be genuinely emission-free, government initiatives, they remain out of the 65% of consumers' price range. And the Designer magazine has observed that the low humming and the practically silent electronic vehicles pose grave safety hazard to pedestrians, kids, cyclists, and especially people with visual impairments. Recently, these expensive batteries need to be replaced every 6 to 7 years, which costs 3/4 of the total vehicle's cost, and the lack of technology for reusing of these batteries make them a lousy choice if compared to hydrogen cars. And faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, popularly known as FEAM, is also criticized for promoting batteries that is not required by 90% of the users, for promoting manufacturing of batteries which is not met by the demand of the country, and of cutting down incentives of people even if they are liable for more. Under the FEAM, the incentives is relative to the battery and the localization rather than the consumer acceptance. And moreover, this 77% of efficiency that the EV provide is at a temperature range of 14 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius and on a plain terrain. Adding to the limited travel range, these make them not conducive for India's climatography as well as topography. In conclusion, I would like to say that it is almost impossible to, without a confluence of a strong, substantial infrastructure, technological advancement, and strong funding ecosystem, to make EV a significant market penetration in India. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, participant, for your active participation. I invite lot number 43. Lot number 43, please come over the dais. Forty-four is ready. Yeah, please come. Now lot number 44 is presenting his cards.
We are in the month of March, soon to enter May, June, and July, the months of scorching heat, the months of increased electricity demand, the months where more than 50% of rural India will suffer power cuts. Power cuts, that too of 6 to 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours of power cut. So do you believe we are at a phase where we can nurture an industry like electric vehicles, which is going to drain us of our electricity supply? Very good afternoon, respected jury members. I, contestant number 44, I stand on this platform to express my views against the topic, is India ready for electric vehicles? Well, the answer to this question will be very clear after my speech. In India today, still in various government schools, there are fans on the roof, but no electricity to run them. Students still studying in that scorching heat. There are hospitals which do not have 24/7 electricity supply. I believe electric vehicles are a mere luxury instead of being necessity. Yes, a luxury and not a necessity. And until and unless India's necessities are not met, I believe we can never be prepared to take up the luxuries like electric vehicles. My dear friends, yesterday I heard almost all of my opponents boast that India has discovered lithium. Well, I asked them, where has that lithium been discovered? In remote areas of Jammu. To extract that lithium, we would have to do deforestation, mining. I asked them, in which term is mining and deforestation environment friendly? On what grounds do they quote that electric vehicles are environment friendly? Well, what I believe, for any industry to flourish in any nation, at most important point is trust. Day in, day out, we read in newspapers, XYZ place, battery of a two-wheeler bursted, set into flames. At the XYZ place, the four-wheeler caught fire. Well, I ask each one seated here itself, do you not once hesitate before buying an electric vehicle? Well, that answers the question that Indians still do not have trust in electric vehicles. And that proves Indians are still not ready for electric vehicles. Various were quoting that electric vehicles are economical. Of course, they will be economical when you have to drag them halfway through. The battery is drained, but there were no charging stations in nearby. As per government record, there were only 934 public charging stations. Well, how do you expect people to travel long transport using electric vehicles? There are almost 65,000 petroleum pumps. How do you compare to get the ratio equal to that? Till we do not have charging resources, how do we say that India is ready for electric vehicles? My dear friends, the irony about electric vehicle is that the charging stations are being run on generators using on petroleum and diesel, circling back to diesel and petrol. How are we ready for electric vehicles? My dear friends, I ask each one of you, is electric vehicle more important than more important than completing our own demands? Of course not. When our hospitals do not have electricity supply or any other resources, how do we say that we are ready, that let's use electric vehicles, let's invest in electric vehicles? Our people say that government is giving policies to support electric vehicles. But I ask, if this was the case, then why is it the leading producers of electric vehicle, Tesla, is not in India as yet? Why? I conclude by saying, until and unless we do not have proper charging station, support from people, manufacturing facilities, proper electricity demands, till our own demands are not met, we shall not be completely ready for electric vehicles. I conclude by saying, yes, we have to progress. EV is a helping hand in progress, but progress when it is for all, progress when the root level is being affected. Progress can only occur when the root is ready, when the root of India, the villages of India are ready to accept electric vehicles. It is only then we can say that India is ready for electric vehicles. Until then, we are not. As for now, we are not ready for electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, contestant. I welcome next participant, lot number 45.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone present here. Yesterday, I was scrolling through the news that I had not seen for 2 months back. Then I suddenly recognized a car which was set ablaze, especially an electric vehicle, which took about 6 to 8 hours to extinguish the fire that was there on that car. And it required about 30,000 to 40,000 gallons. So here we could see the importance of the safety of such electric vehicles. So I would like to speak against the notion that electric vehicles are not required in India at the present moment. India is not ready for such electric vehicles. So firstly speaking, India is a cultural land. Here we travel to different places to attend marriages, to attend different functions. While going to such a function, let us suppose we take an electric vehicle. So we are going through the road. Suddenly, there will be range anxiety initially because the places are far off and the battery capacity of such going to such a place will not be sufficient. And due to the terrain and the different temperature zones, we will not be sufficiently happy with such an aspect. So the charging points, as we know that the charging points are very less as compared to petrol bunks. So the whole point of taking an electric vehicle will be firstly difficult, and nextly going to the forward fact that there will be no proper service station. If the car gets hit by a hump breaker or speed breaker, there will not be sufficient time, and especially the service charge points will not be there. So these all facts will make us feel that electric vehicles at the present moment are not required for India. And the cost of such vehicles. Today, India government is providing lot of incentives and subsidies that is making it look attractive to have electric vehicles. But as soon as these subsidies are removed, that will not be the case. The electric vehicles will get even more costlier than it is today. So that is the problem of having electric vehicles at the present moment. So why is it in news? Because lithium reserves are present at the Jammu Kashmir region, which is lot of attractive to all the people around the world as well as Indians. They think that the whole energy crisis of India will be solved. That will not be the case, because these are in the inferred category. We don't know the quantity. We don't know the amount of resources that we require to extract it. Even though we extract it, our neighbors China and Pakistan are waiting like hawkeyes to catch upon us and to attack the area, which will create a geopolitical crisis. So all these points make it viable to not have electric vehicles at this particular point of time. So coming to the point of EU or the developed countries wanting to have lithium powered batteries at their own homeland, it is because they don't want to depend on other countries, especially those which are supplying oil gases. They are to import lot of these oils and gases through the pipelines, especially due to the Russia-Ukraine war. This has been stopped, and due to which there is a lot of power crisis in their country. So India also wants to do this, but at this particular point of time, where the main concentration of lithium is in the lithium triangle, which is present in South America, which will not be possible. So moving forward, the whole amount of lithium to make this electric vehicles possible for the whole world is not there. The resources are not present at this particular moment. So coming to the fact that these lithium resources are not available, as well as due to cultural restraints, we are not able to use these EV vehicles. We have to make sure that we have other alternatives available at this particular moment. Mainly coming to the environmental facts. Environment is severely degraded by this lithium extraction. The lithium extraction manufacturing processes will create lot of global warming effects, which we may not see directly, but these are harming our environment. So many of my friends told that about these disadvantages, but they did not mention the alternatives. The alternatives is the hybrid cars, which can be used effectively, and they are cost effective. And coming to the conclusion, India is not a poor country. We are supplying our grains to other countries. We may have been indicated by different agencies that we are poor and we are not having sufficient power, but we have the power. We are supplying our commodities to other countries through various operations. Means we have the capacity. So I would like to conclude by saying that we can develop our country by focusing on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we can take our country to the next level. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, lot number 45, for presenting your views. I welcome next participant, lot number 46. After 46.
आधुनिक विश्व की नींव रख रहा है भारत। विकसित होने के नाम पर खनिज का शोषण कर रहा है भारत, और विद्युत वाहनों की राह चल रहा है भारत। निर्भर भविष्य को और निर्भर बना रहा है भारत। आदरणीय निर्णायकगण, शिक्षकगण, श्रोतगण, सभा में उपस्थित सभी विपक्षी साथी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। आज मैं विषय के विपक्ष में अपना विचार लेके प्रस्तुत हुई हूँ, जो कि इस प्रकार है। जैसा विद्युत, सर्वप्रथम वाद विवाद की गहराई में उतरने से पूर्व आवश्यकता है विषय की गंभीरता को समझना, जिसके लिए विद्युत वाहन को समझना होगा। विद्युत वाहन, आंतरिक विद्युत वाहन पेट्रोल व डीजल पारंपरिक वाहनों के के विपरीत आंतरिक दहन इंजन का इस्तेमाल नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि वह इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मोटरों का प्रयोग करते हैं। इन्हें ये बिजली की खपत से चलते हैं, इन्हें लगातार बिजली की आवश्यकता होती है। सर, इसके तत्पश्चात दूसरी जिज्ञासा जो इस विषय से उत्पन्न होती है वह यह है कि भारत में विद्युत वाहन क्या है। भारत जो एक विकासशील देश है, वह अपने ईंधन को बचाने के लिए विद्युत वाहनों की ओर चल रहा है, और हमारे देश की जनसंख्या का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा जो कि 2 या 3 पहिया वाहनों पर निर्भर करता है, उनकी खपत को पूरा करने का पूर्ण प्रयास कर रहा है। परंतु इन प्रयासों के दौरान यह अपने देश की मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं को ही भूल चुका है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं अपने विपक्षी साथियों को एक कुछ आंकड़ों की ओर ले जाते हुए ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हमारे देश में 55% आबादी 2 या 3 पहिया वाहनों पर निर्भर करती है, और यह आबादी इन वाहनों का प्रयोग अधिकतम अपने निजी व्यवसाय के लिए ही करती है। परंतु 2019 के आंकड़ों पर अगर ध्यान दिया जाए तो 295.8 मिलियन वाहन खरीदे गए, और अगर वही 2023 तक के विद्युत वाहन के खरीदने के आंकड़ों पर ध्यान दिया जाए तो 18,34,385 वाहन हमारे देश में खरीदे गए। और वहीं इन वाहनों के लिए हमारे देश में चार्जिंग स्टेशन कितने हैं? मात्र 5,254, वो भी संपूर्ण भारत में। तत्पश्चात उत्पन्न होती है तीसरी जिज्ञासा कि भारत इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार क्यों नहीं है। तो जिसके तर्क स्वरूप अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि मेरे कई विपक्षी साथियों ने हमारे विकासशील देश की तुलना विश्व के कई आधुनिक व विकसित देशों से की है। परंतु मैं उनसे यहाँ एक प्रश्न करना चाहूंगी कि जिन देशों से वह हमारी तुलना कर रहे हैं, क्या हमारे देश में उतना ही उत्पादन है? क्या हमारे देश में उतनी ही जनसंख्या है? क्या हमारे देश में संसाधनों की उपलब्धता उतनी ही है जितनी की उन देशों में है? क्या हमारे देश के नागरिक उतने ही सजग हैं? सभापति महोदय जी, जो सामान्य परिवार की आय के बाहर है, ये वो वाहन है। जो भारतीय किसान की समझ से परे है, ये वो वाहन है। जो प्रदूषण को एक नई पायदान तक ले जाएंगे, ये वो वाहन है। जो निर्भर भारत को और निर्भर बना देंगे, ये वो वाहन है। जो छोटे छोटे पारिवारिक व्यवसायों को नष्ट कर देंगे, ये वो वाहन है। जो भारत में बिजली खपत को दूना तक कर देंगे, ये वो वाहन भी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं सभा में उपस्थित मेरे कई विपक्षी मित्रों से एक और प्रश्न करना चाहूंगी कि जो एक देश विश्व में कचरा उत्पादन में, विद्युत कचरा उत्पादन में तीसरे पायदान पे आता हो, क्या उसे इस विद्युत वाहनों का उपयोग कर इन कचरा उत्पादन में वृद्धि करनी चाहिए? हमारा देश जो खुद का कच्चा माल भी उत्पादन नहीं कर सकता, वह छोटी से छोटी वस्तु का आयात करता है, क्या वह विद्युत वाहनों के प्रयोग से और देशों पे और ज्यादा निर्भर नहीं हो जाएगा? चाइना, जापान, थाईलैंड जैसे देश इन क्षेत्रों में प्रगति कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वह छोटी से छोटी वस्तुओं का आयात नहीं, परंतु उनका उत्पादन स्वयं करते हैं। और इनके चलते हम हमारे देश की एक सबसे बड़ी व महत्वपूर्ण संसाधन को लगातार नजरअंदाज कर रहे हैं। जी हाँ, मैं बात कर रही हूँ जैव ईंधन की। कौन सा मार्ग बेहतर होगा? जिस मार्ग से हम पूरे विश्व पर राज कर सके, या वो मार्ग जिससे हम विश्व के क्षेत्रों पर या विश्व के राज्य पर अधीन हो जाए? हम लिथियम आयन के 1 या 2 मात्र स्रोत ढूंढने से अपनी निर्भरता उस पर सोच रहे हैं, परंतु हम यह भूल चुके हैं कि लिथियम आयन बैटरी पर कोबाल्ट, निकेल, मैग्नीज जैसी धातुएं भी प्रयोग की जाती हैं, जो कि जहरीली होती है और प्रदूषण में वृद्धि कर सकती है, पानी की आपूर्ति व पारिस्थितिक तंत्र तक को दूषित कर सकती है। अंत में मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देते हुए सभा में उपस्थित सभी से एक अंतिम प्रश्न और करना चाहूंगी कि क्या हमारा देश अब भी इन सब आपूर्तियों के बाद सक्षम है? धन्यवाद।
Thank you, participant. Now I welcome participant number 47. After this session, we are going to break for lunch. Then all of you please come back to the hall by 2 o'clock. Now lot number 47 is going to share his thoughts. After this session, we are going to break for lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present my notion on the topic, is India ready for electric vehicles? India, I think the electric vehicles made its debut in the commercial Indian vehicle market in the year 2019. But still, if you see in the records, only 2% of the population have opted the usage of electric vehicles. The cost is the most concerning point for an individual while coming to buy the electric vehicle. Even though the government gives subsidies and incentives to buy the electric vehicles, the people are not properly using the electric vehicles and the percentage of usage is very less. The renewable energy resources are used such as the solar energy and hydroelectric energy, but it is only less amount of energy is used. The more amount of energy is used is the fossil fuels, and these energy sources lead to the pollution of the environment. I conclude by saying that India is not ready for the usage of electric vehicles, and we can concentrate on the renewable energy resources to power our electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Now we are breaking the session for lunch. I request all the participants to come over here by 2 o'clock.
tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena ಧನೋ ಧನೋ ಧೀರೆ ತೋಂ ತನನ ಧೀರೆ ನಾ ಧೀರೆ ನಾ 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 ಉದನ ಧೀಂ ತದನ ಧೀಂ ತನ ಧೀರೆ ನಾ ಉದನ ಧೀಂ ತದನ तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना धीम तनो धनो तनो धीरे ना धीम तनो धनो तनो धीरे तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ധീം തനോദ നോദ ധീരന ധീം തനോദ നോദ ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire 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 na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhir tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhir tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena
I welcome all the juries and participants to the post-lunch session. Now, lot number 48 is going to present his views.
Hello. I've been always asked, what's your favorite car? And I've always replied by saying, the next one. But where does this next one leads us to? A very good afternoon to each and every one of you present here, respected judges, all the dignitaries, and my fellow participants. I'm here to elucidate my musing on today's stated topic, and I'll speak against the motion. So let's begin. India, the land of diversity, is not yet primed to welcome the electronic species of vehicles in it. Yes, I strictly believe this, and I'll deduce why by declaiming my rationale. So let's come to the practical reasons first. Reason number one is the lack of infrastructure. India has 18 lakh plus registered EVs in it, but to charge them only around 5,000 stations for them to be plugged in. And out of these 5,000 stations, 30% of them are being concentrated within UP and Delhi itself. And when we are talking about India as a whole, then we need to consider each and every state equally. So this is where we lag. Reason number two is the unavailability of the factories and equipment in order to refine the raw materials required for EVs, particularly the lithium. As we have heard from many of the participants favoring the motion, that we have found reserves of lithium in Jammu and Kashmir around 5.9 million tons. But that lithium is of no use until and unless it's refined. And in order to refine this large source of lithium, we need to get a large-scale industry, which will take eventually a very long time. And the other alternative is to import these raw materials from leading nations such as China, with whom we all know that our political and military relation does not go so well. So if at any point of time that supply is cut off, it would drastically hamper our electronic vehicle industries. The next reason is the corruption. Yes, the corruption in India. We have to notice that some of our participants also were told that we have got incentives in the form of schemes provided by the government for electronic vehicle buyers in India. Yes, the schemes such as FAME. And let me tell you, the FAME one was a total failure. Not even 10% of the sanction money was being given to the people. But elsewhere, the rest of the money which was given, that was also on paper, while the middlemen took it all away. Yes, my friend, this is totally erroneous. Now, the very next reason is the greenhouse gas emission and the harmful effects caused during the production of electronic vehicles. Yes, my friend, as we all know that cobalt is toxic in nature, and in India, there is no proper norms for its mining. And if done on a very large scale, it would drastically affect the health of the workers. And also, mining process releases large amount of greenhouse gases. And according to the studies, it has been found that electronic vehicles produce 1.5 times more emission of greenhouse gases than conventional vehicles. This will aid in polluting our environment. Now, enough facts have been stated. Now, let's face the harsh reality so as to why the EVs won't survive in India. First and foremost point is the lack of visionary leaders in India. Let's take an example of the highest EV stock producing nation, that is China. The revolutionary leaders like Deng Xiaoping, who laid the foundations and made it possible for the China to go to such a great extent that it has become the second largest economy in the world. Yes, my friends. And this particular reason has forced many MNCs like Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla itself to settle their production center in it. This is the reason where we lack, as we have no such visionary leader who can implement such policies strictly on a very large scale. This is the harsh reality check of EV survival in India. And let me recall you, it's not about the advantages and disadvantages of the EVs. It's all about the readiness of India to welcome them. And as for now, we are not ready for it. Yes, let me tell you that if so, India welcomes EV, it won't survive at all. And keeping each and every factor into consideration, isn't it very obvious that these EVs won't be able to cope up with petrol, diesel, and CNG vehicles as for now? So we should not be lured into the fake promises made by the government and top selling industries and act through our own mind. In the end, I would like to say that if all the hate be transformed into electricity, then it would surely lighten up the whole world. With these lines, I'm signing off. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, participant, for your active participation. I welcome next participant, 49, lot number.
A very pleasant good afternoon to the respected judges and all my fellow participants. So today I'm here to express my views and opinions over the topic, is India ready for electric vehicles? So I'll begin with, my answer to this question is no. No, we are not ready yet to enter into a phase of revolution where we have electric vehicles in the nation. First, I'd like to begin with the explanation of what are electric vehicles. These are vehicles which are nothing but a running out of charge when they are charged by electricity. But the main issue lies that this electricity that is generated is still from thermal power plants and from fossil fuels, which is still generating the greenhouse gases. So the main problem still remains unresolved. It's still not solved. That is, we wanted to reduce the greenhouse emission, and still we are using the source of electricity, which is producing greenhouse gases. Now I'd like to divide this entire question into three dimensions. First, being the financial incapability of the average population to afford these EVs. Second, being the infrastructure that is lacking behind. And third, being the inclination of the general public towards the electric vehicles. The very first one being, as we've discussed, that there is a financial incapability. How come? As we've seen that most of the electric vehicles are quite expensive since they use the lithium-based batteries. These lithium-based batteries are imported from countries like China and other nations, which accounts for 50% of the price that is included in these vehicles. So if we are able to bring down these prices of these lithium batteries to 25%, then only they can be any revolution. But we don't see this happening anywhere. We have to increase the scale of production, and that isn't happening in this nation right now. Second point being, as we've seen some data, that as soon as some four-wheelers prices crosses 8 lakh rupees margin, we see a drastic drop down of population who wants to purchase up to 80%. So this doesn't justify themselves, these population, to purchase these EVs. And leading companies, automobile companies like Maruti Suzuki, are still refraining themselves into entering this in this EV sector. Why is it so? They consider that their customers find it very expensive. The second being the infrastructure, the lack of infrastructure. As every conventional vehicle which needs refueling from petrol and diesel station, so do EVs needs. And we do not have it in the highways and in the roadways. Under PM Gati Shakti master plan, we are seeing connectivity being increased by building more highways and transportation connection. But we don't see any initiative like that of building these charging stations, which are very necessary to be found in these highways. The third one being the inclination of the people towards, or the general population towards the EV. I don't see people welcoming the EV. Why so? There has been issues that these vehicles were found burning and technical issues were found, which discourages people from purchasing EVs. And there has been cases where people have this misconception that whether it will be easy to use them or safe. Apart from this, there has been other issues like that of EVs are quite complicated to use, and most of the people, those who are using four-wheel vehicles, are not able to use it properly. So in order to conclude this, I would like to say that most of the people in the nation are still inclined towards using petrol, diesel-based vehicles, and they're scared of the fact of the EV and its potential. And that's how I'd like to conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, participant. I welcome next participant. Our next presenter is lot number 50.
Good afternoon to everyone present over here. I'm lot number 50. Uh, the I just came back from lunch. The feeling that I'm feeling right now is that of Henry VI, last wife. Like we know what to expect, but rather holding on to that grabs hopes that I'll get my point across. Yesterday, we have heard so many talks from the Treasury bench, and regarding today, we have heard much from my fellow opposition bench also. But to describe yesterday's and today's situation, I'd like to bring a story. The story is that there is a mother, and then there is a child. The child, unfortunately, is very ugly. But the mother says, "Oh, you are so beautiful. So you will be there in beauty pageant." So the child's egos boost up. The child thinks that she can compete in beauty pageant, but the other people say, no, she cannot. She doesn't have the look for it. She doesn't have the capability for it. But the mother ignored and then sent her child into a beauty pageant, and she failed. And then drastically, the child's moral support went down. It's just a situation as that the child the child is India. The mother is a supporter, and us are the neighbors itself. We are telling that they do not have the capability, but they are blinded by the love for their nation and blinded by some of the fickle things that is happening here. Like, is India ready for e-vehicle? No, frankly, no. India is not ready for e-vehicle. Why? Firstly, I would like to start with the geographical issues. Like, for example, if we look into the geographical terrains and everything, like, and the models of the e-vehicles as of now possessed in Indian scenario, like, we feel that the e-vehicles model is not capable for Indian terrain, particularly in the Himalayan area, in the northeastern area, in the eastern part of India. Like, for example, there are potholes. If you have looked the Dimapur road, then obviously you will say that no e-vehicle cannot go through this. I request each and every member of the Treasury bench to please go through the Dimapur road, and you'll find yourself agreeing with our point that India is not ready for e-vehicle. And then moreover, if you go, like yesterday, there were so many talks about climate changes, and then there was talks yesterday also about the findings of lithium reserve. And then they were saying that lithium is little. Of course, lithium is little. That I agree from our opposition bench. And moreover, they were saying that indigenous lithium reserves been found in India so that we can preserve, we can be self-reliant yesterday from the Treasury bench. But I would like to say here that as we have seen in the recent years might be of the government, we have seen intense privatizations of public sectors. So like there were when the news was out that the lithium reserve has been found in Jammu and Kashmir region of India, I saw in that Twitter, I saw that one tweet was there that until when, what is the time limit until Ambani takes over? So like it's an irony actually that privatizations of privatizations is one of the crucial factors which will say that we are not ready for e-vehicles. And then if we look into the charging point capability, we have heard so many things about charging points as of today, and I would like to repeat that point once again, because the charging point issue, like we do not possess the enough capability, the technology, and anything else for charging points across the whole nation to get our e-vehicles ready for users across a wide range of distance itself. And moreover, the main point of itself, the electricity. We have an electric shortage. If you look into the northern part of the India, you will see that there are around 25% of the villages have not seen bulb as of now. And we are expecting e-vehicle. Is India ready for e-vehicle? If the India is mainly focused on Mumbai, Kolkata, Bangalore, and other metropolitan city, then India is ready for e-vehicle. But if India includes all of us, if India includes 100% of the area, then India is not ready for e-vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. I invite
It is really apologetic that in a developing country like India, where more than 290,000 villages are not having electricity, we are planning to have electric vehicles. Friends, how far is this possible? Myself, lot number 51, is going to speak a few words against saying that India is not at all ready for electric vehicles. That is, the power generated in India is not at all enough for all the households and all the purposes in our country. Then how can we use all these electric vehicles? And also, the main fuel required for electric vehicle is power. That is, power stations or charging stations are required. There are at most 2,700 charging stations in India, but only 934 stations are working. Means that 10 lakh electric vehicles present in India are not at all able to use these 934 stations. In spite, they are having their own charging stations in their own houses. But 90% of the Indian population belong to middle and lower class people. Then how come these middle and lower class people can be able to buy these electric vehicles? And also, how come they can keep their own charging stations? For suppose, I want to give an example, my dear friends. If a patient with a heart patient is traveling in a ambulance, which is an electric vehicle, for suppose, and if the ambulance stops in the middle of the way, then what is the fate of the what is the fate of the person? Can he survive? Is his life more important, or electric vehicles are more important? I'm not speaking about one patient, my dear friends, but those many patients. It may be the exam of any student. It may be a function which is at most important to. It may be patients. These all lives may be affected due to electric vehicles. I don't say that electric vehicles are not necessary in India, but at this point, electric vehicles are not necessary in India. And also, when it comes to mileage points, when we compare gas-oriented cuisines and these electric vehicles, gas-oriented vehicles go 4,000 miles with a full tank, whereas these electric vehicles, when researched in the year 2002, the highest mileage given by an electric car named 2021 Bolts gave just 279 miles, which is a difference of 100 miles. So after it gives a less mileage of 100 less mileage. And also, when it comes to the fuel matters, the fuel we get these fuel gas oriented fuels like petrol or diesel in a town. In each and every town we can have 2 to 3 gas stations, but these charging points are not there in each and every. Mostly in metropolitan cities like we are starting in Bangalore or Hyderabad, only some charging stations are present, but these gas oriented fuels are present each and everywhere and each and every corner of India. I want to say a funny fact in India is that if it rains in India, we don't search for umbrellas or raincoats. Instead, we search for candles. What does it mean? That is, as and when it rains, the power may be gone almost in our country. So we are not having enough electricity. And also, the chemistries required for generation of electric vehicles are not only lithium, but also lithium, cobalt, manganese, iron, and graphite. And my dear friends, these are not only necessary for manufacture of electric vehicles, but they are also necessary for building of many other modern technologies like smartphones, which are very much necessary of today, laptops, and also mainly they are used in military air jets and also in drones. Friends, is our life important or our luxury is more important? We are using this in military jets. And also these chemistries which I mentioned before are not present in India in a proper condition. And according to 2022 memorandum of union with Australia, which India is having, we are borrowing these chemistries from other country like Australia. When we are not having enough of these resources, then why we need to have electric vehicles? At each and every point which I'm telling, your answer and my answer, our answer is always a no. Then why we are having a need to have these electric vehicles? So I finally like to conclude that luxury is not more important. I don't say these are not electric vehicles are not important. They are important, but at this point we are having many other necessaries which we need to take other than electric vehicles. So thank you for listening patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. I welcome next participant as lot number 52. Okay, next number 53 is here. Okay, come. So now lot number 53 is going to present his views. You remember?
हेलो नमस्कार। आज मैं भारत इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार है क्या, आज उसके में विपक्ष में आज मैं बोलने वाला हूँ। उस पे आज मेरा पहला मुद्दा ये है कि इलेक्ट्रिक कार के लिए लगने वाली जो बैटरीज रहती है, उसके लिए जो कोबाल्ट लिथियम जो लगता है, वो भारत के पास पूरे सा मतलब अवेलेबल नहीं है। उसके साथ साथ हमें जो बैटरी चार्ज करने के लिए जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लगती है, वो भी भारत के पास नहीं है। इसके वजह से हम कार चलाने में बड़ी दिक्कत आ सकती है। ये खरतर ये मेन पॉइंट्स है। उसके बाद मेरा सेकंड पॉइंट ये है कि हमारी जियोग्राफिकल कंडीशन हमने देखा तो बहुत चढ़ाव बहुत उतार आते, इसके वजह से हमको दिक्कत आ सकती है। उसके साथ साथ हमारा क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन जो रहता है वो बहुत ठंडा रहता है, बहुत हॉट रहता है, उसके वजह से हमारा बैटरी है वो डिस्टर्ब नहीं तो उसका स्पोर्ट्स होने के बहुत चांसेस रहते। उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ थर्ड पॉइंट्स मेरा ये है कि उसको कार का मेंटेनेंस छोटा हो या बड़ा हो, बट मेंटेनेंस करने के लिए हमारे पास ज्यादा से ज्यादा कंपनीज गैरेज नहीं है, उसकी वजह से हमें प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है। उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि कार की कॉस्ट में से 30 to 40% हमारी इन्वेस्टमेंट सिर्फ हमारी बैटरी पे रहती है, ऐसा पेट्रोल के कार में नहीं होता। उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि हमारी जो बैटरी रहती है वो हम रिपेयर नहीं कर सकते, उसकी वजह से हमें नई बैटरी डालनी पड़ती है। उसके साथ साथ हमें जो बैटरी के लिए चार्जिंग जो पॉइंट्स लगते हैं वो हमारे पास नहीं है। हमें जो लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस कवर करना है तो हम इलेक्ट्रिक कार से हम लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस जल्दी कवर नहीं कर सकते। उसके बाद मैं पोल्यूशन पे बोलना चाहता हूँ। पोल्यूशन पे मैं ये खंडन करना चाहता हूँ कि इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स भी पोल्यूशन करती है, क्योंकि इलेक्ट्रिक कार में जब हम बैटरी यूज करते हैं तो उसमें लिथियम रहता है और बैटरी से कोई जो टॉक्सिक जो गैस रहते हैं वो बाहर निकलते। उसके साथ साथ हम जब लिथियम जो होता है और को जो सब्सटेंस जो हमको लगते हैं वो हम खनिज मतलब जमीन से निकालते, तभी वो पोल्यूशन होता है, वाइल्ड लाइफ होता है वो डैमेज हो सकती है। उसके साथ साथ सॉइल पोल्यूशन होता है, वाटर पोल्यूशन होता है। इसके वजह में नेक्स्ट पॉइंट में बोलना चाहता हूँ कि ई वेस्ट का हमने बहुत ज्यादा उस पर हमको सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि ई वेस्ट जो होता है जो हमारी कार्स के नंबर बढ़ जाएंगे, उसके साथ साथ हमारा जो वेस्ट बैटरीज होंगे वो भी बढ़ जाएंगे। वो वेस्ट बैटरीज का मैनेजमेंट कैसा करना चाहिए उस पर हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए। अभी तक ऐसी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होने में हमें कोई भी हम सक्सेस नहीं हुए, इसलिए हमें उस पर ध्यान देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो वेस्ट बैटरीज होती है वो रिसाइकल नहीं हो सकती, उसके वजह से स्पोर्ट्स होने के चांसेस होते हैं वो बहुत हो सकते हैं, ये हमें ध्यान में लेना चाहिए। उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि इसी कार्स होते उसके लिए जो ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस होता है वो महत्वपूर्ण नहीं रहता, जिसके लिए हमें जो ड्राइव कोई भी कर सकता है और उसके वजह से एक्सीडेंट्स होने के जो चांसेस होते हैं वो बढ़ सकते हैं, ये हमें ध्यान में देना चाहिए। उसके बाद मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि मनी लॉस, क्योंकि अभी हमारे पास लिथियम के साटे बहुत नहीं है, इसलिए हम जापान चीन के हम साटे लेते हैं, हम मतलब उनसे हम लिथियम लेते हैं और उस पे हम $8 मिलियन इतना हम बड़े खर्च हम उधर कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हमारा भारत का जो पैसा रहता है वो बाहर जाता है। इसलिए हमारे भारत को पैसा रहने के लिए हमें उसको ज्यादा से ज्यादा हमें ध्यान देना चाहिए। उसके साथ जब भी बोल रहे हैं कि अभी लिथियम के साटे कश्मीर में मिल रहे हैं वो अच्छी बात है, बट मैं ये उस पर ये खंडित कहना चाहता हूँ कि उस पर प्रॉपर मैनेजमेंट होना चाहिए, उसके लिए बहुत कंपनीज होनी चाहिए, अच्छा इंडस्ट्रीज एरिया होने चाहिए, वो अभी हमको डेवलप करना चाहिए, ये अभी इंपॉर्टेंट, ये वो अभी इंडिया के पास नहीं है, मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ। उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि मेट्रो सिटी, अभी मेट्रो सिटी में जो कार्स रहती है वो अच्छी होती है बट उनको सर्विस भी अच्छा मिलता है, बट अभी हम जब रूरल एरिया की बात करें तो हमको रूरल एरिया में अभी मेट्रो सिटी में थोड़ी थोड़ी दिक्कत आती है, तो रूरल एरिया में बहुत हमको अच्छे से अच्छा मैनेजमेंट करना चाहिए, वो मैनेजमेंट हमको पहले करना चाहिए जिसके इलेक्ट्रिक कार बनने से पहले। उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि जो इलेक्ट्रिक कार रहते हैं उसको साउंड्स नहीं होती, ये अच्छी बात है, बट गलती से हमको पता नहीं चलता कि कार चालू या बंद है, उसके वजह से भी एक्सीडेंट्स हो सकते हैं, ये हमें ध्यान में लेना चाहिए। उसके बाद मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे पास जो चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स रहते हैं वो अच्छी बात है, बट उसके वजह से स्पार्किंग होने के चांसेस रहते हैं, उसकी जो मानव की जो हानि हो सकती है ये हमें ध्यान में लेना चाहिए। उसके बाद मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि भारत में जैसे कार्स बनाने के लिए अच्छे अच्छे जो कंपनी चाहिए, इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया चाहिए, जो अभी तक नहीं है उसका व्यवस्थापन नियोजन अच्छी तरह से होना चाहिए, वो अभी तक नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए मेरे को लग रहा है कि भारत अभी तक इलेक्ट्रिक कार के लिए तैयार नहीं है। बट मैं जाते वक्त इतना निष्कर्ष निकालना चाहता हूँ कि भविष्य में भारत साइंस में बहुत आगे, तो कुछ मतलब साल में भारत इलेक्ट्रिक कार पे अच्छे से डेवलपमेंट कर सकता है और उस वक्त भारत इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स के लिए तैयार हो सकता है, बट अभी इस वक्त समय के लिए भारत इलेक्ट्रिक कार के लिए तैयार नहीं है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। इतना बोलता हूँ और आभार मानता हूँ, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, participant, for your active participation. I welcome next participant, lot number 54. Our next presenter is lot number 54.
Meme. There is this philosophical term called meme in which a detailed information is narrowed down into smaller, simple, fancy pockets. Now, the small fancy pockets are highly sellable because at most manipulations are made in order to hide the destruction hidden underneath. Here now the question arises, are these electric vehicles really that beneficial or just a meme? Are these really helpful to control the climate change or just a meme? Are these electric vehicles really helpful to the mankind or just a meme? Well, good afternoon to the one and all present here. Today, the House is asking, is India ready for electric vehicles? Well, I say it's not yet at least. 2008, Elon Musk becomes the CEO of Tesla by buying majority of its shares. He popularized the electric vehicles by smartly creating a meme out of it. They were cooled, as they said. Zero emissions, environment friendly, as they said. Low running costs, as they said. Well, as I said, meme tends to hide the destruction hidden underneath. To make a single electric car, it releases 8 to 10 metric tons of CO2 in the air, which is double to the CO2 released while manufacturing an IC engine powered car. Lithium and cobalt extraction releases highly toxic gases in the air. And as 70% of the electricity produced in India is harnessed by thermal power, sudden transition to electric vehicle will not solve the problem of climate change. Rather, it will increase it. India haven't solved the problem of plastic waste management. My dear worthy opponent, please tell me, how will India control the electric waste produced by it? Hence, the question still remains, are this really helpful to control the climate change? Or it's just a meme? Secondly, low running costs. Well, not each and every person in India owns a row house with solar panels on the rooftops. And also, given that India has more population as compared to the land area, majority of the people live in multi-storied buildings. We are dependent upon commercial electricity. Sudden transition to this electric vehicle will hike the prices of this commercial electricity, as we saw that in the case of LPG and CNG. Majorly, the mileage of this so-called low-budget electric cars, which cost around 13 to 17 lakhs, not so low, right? Do not exceed about 300 kilometers, and it takes 5 to 7 hours of charging time. Majority of the India don't even have recharge stations. Imagine doing a long distance journey with a constant feeling of anxiety. Will I be able to find a charging station there? Should I turn off the AC? Should I turn off the lights? Hence, the question still remains, are these really that beneficial or just a meme? Well, lithium is the most important element used in the manufacturing of this lithium in this electric vehicle. South Africa, South America, Australia are the places having abundant amount of lithium ion ore. But unfortunately, China has made enough investment in lithium infrastructure. Majority of the mines are operated by Chinese companies. The ground report states miserable conditions of workers which are working underneath. Recently, there was a lithium ion ore found out in India, and we still don't have any infrastructure to manage it. Hence, we have to form alliances with Chinese company in order to extract it. And each and every one of us know how trustworthy our friend China is. On the one side, we are debating to convert petrol cars, diesel cars to electric cars. But on the other side, there are major cities who don't even experience 24/7 continuous supply of electricity. There are villages who haven't experienced electricity yet. To solve this issue, our government is selling fertile soil to the private companies at the rate cheaper than sand. We were crying, we were shouting, but nobody listened to us. They destroyed our orchards, they destroyed our paddy fields in order to make power plant. Well, it's not me saying it. It was a Dalit farmer of Mali village, Jharkhand, saying it. Being an agriculturist, being a son of a farmer, I cannot tolerate a single thought of suicide in my fellow farmer's mind. But no one listens to their voice, right? And there is this famous शेर, नई दुनिया की नगमों में नासिर, दबी जाती है आवाज पुरानी. Hence the question still persists, are they really helpful to the mankind, or it's just a meme? Thank you so much.
Thank you, student, for your participation. I invite our next participant, lot number 55.
Hello. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I am standing in front of you to express my views on the notion that is India ready for electrical vehicles? I said no. Now, yesterday, every one of our worthy opponents said that e-vehicles are green vehicles. But let me tell you one thing. In order to charge the electrical vehicles, first of all, we need to burn the fossil fuels and to convert that thermal energy into electrical energy. So in one or the other way, we are burning the fossil fuels and polluting the environment in the same way. So let us talk about the constructional features of EVs. So the main part of these electrical vehicles are the batteries, and those batteries are made up of lithium ions. And these lithium ions are having so many drawbacks. First of all, aging issues. First of all, they are time dependent or calendar dependent. They last only 500 to 1000 charge discharge cycle before their capacity falls. Also, most of the airlines have limit the number of lithium ion batteries they take, and this means that the transportation of lithium ions limits to ships only. Also, the lithium ion batteries are not as robust as other rechargeable technologies. In addition to this, we need to protect them from being discharged too far or being overcharged. That is the reason why lithium ion batteries are so costly. If we want to replace the lithium ion battery with a new one, it costs 3/4 of the whole electrical vehicles. They are also called as the beta version of vehicles because both the company and the product are new to the market, and because of this the company have to make changes in their technologies, softwares and hardwares. And even Tata Motors have to upgrade their regen software because they were getting a lot of complaints from the customer regarding the extremely low range of their vehicles. Temperature is also an issue in our country because these vehicles largely affects by the temperature of our country. Because of this, it makes it inappropriate for this vehicle to work in too hot regions like Rajasthan or Kerala, or too cold regions like Uttarakhand or Meghalaya. Also, these vehicles are also having environmental concerns. For example, these vehicles are needed in most of the populated and polluted cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kanpur, and etc. and etc. But let me tell you, the major chunk of electricity which is generated in these cities are generated by burning fossil fuels. So in one or the other way, we are burning more and more fossil fuels, and this is the problem. There are other issues as well, like lack of technology, lack of infrastructure, lack of lithium resources, like our fellow mates said. But because of this, we have to be dependent on other countries, like especially China, and we all are aware of the fact that what sort of diplomatic relationship we have with China. So all these factors proves that electric vehicles are pointless in India, and that is the reason why India is still not ready for electric vehicles. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, lot number 55 student, for your participation. I invite our next lot number participant 56. Those who have missed can rejoin. Lot number 52 is here.
So, dear participants, we have completed the last participants from the last number who have registered. Now, we'll now start from the lower number upside, right? They have waited for a long time. So I think it's wise to go from the low lot numbers. Please note, sir. We'll call from 8, 9,
Now lot number 8 is going to present her views.
Developed country is not the place where poor have cars, but rich have the public transportation. Very good afternoon, respected jury and my dear friends. I'm against the motion that India is not ready for the electric vehicles. I emphasize again, now we are not ready. Let me just ask you, how many of you in this room do have the electric vehicles? Hardly 1 or 2%. The same with respect to India also, just 1.8% of the population do have the electric vehicles. Let me just quote the prime constraint, that is finance. In order to take that initial installation of this electric vehicles, it requires 1.65 to 20 lakhs. And when it comes to the bikes, it is 1 to 2 lakhs, even after providing the subsidy. The budget, we all know that it has been limited. In order to take that, in order to emphasize the subsidies on these electric vehicles, again, the subsidies on the basics and necessities like food and other MG Narega scheme is being reduced. To that extent, it has been affecting. Yes, even after the installation of these electric vehicles also, we have to change the batteries within a span of 6 to 7 years, which is almost 75% of the initial installation cost. Coming to the infrastructure, can you just guess what is the loss which has been incurred by the DESCOM in the year 2022? It is 1.3 lakh crores because the people are not paying the electricity bill. Being a farmer's daughter, I know how hard it is to get the electricity in the rural areas. They doesn't have the electricity to pump the water from the farm pond also. Can you just go and suggest the electric vehicles to be adopted by them? Definitely no. If these electric vehicles, in the process of emphasizing, the electricity is being generated from the coal, rather than emphasize on the biofuel so that they can have a livelihood security for the farmers. Coming to the skill gap, just be realistic and think, if this electric vehicles, when it comes to the ambulance, if it is carrying any of the pregnant women or the deceased personality, if there is a sudden breakdown of this particular thing, what will happen? Can we just get an immediate technical expertise? Definitely no. This is quite hard thing. In my own university only, they have started the electric vehicles. Within a space of 2 years, I could not able to see even single one because of the low maintenance as well as proper management technologies which has been there. Coming to the supply chain management. When it comes to this, we all know that the semiconductors and the lithium ions is the one which is making up this. On the other hand, we are importing this lithium from the other countries, again, which is making the depreciation of the rupee value in the World Economic Forum. This, we are very happy that we got the lithium reserve, the white gold, but it requires gallons and gallons of water to extract that semiconductors. For 1 unit, it almost requires length and breadth of 1 Ganga tributaries. Safety and security, we have been recently seeing many of the death cases which has been happening. This is more suitable, the electric vehicles is more suitable in the Western countries because of their cooler climates. But when it comes to India, the summer is brutal. And because of this, there is a lot of damages which has been happening. First and foremost, testing and validation with respect to this heat resistant substances should be promoted. Then we can definitely say, yes, we will be ready for that. When it comes to the e-waste, it is almost increasing every single day. When we just pile up, it will be more than a height of an Himalayas. To that extent, we have been polluting, and it is highly intoxicant as well as inflammable also. But when it comes to the policy issues of this e-waste management, I think we are still in the draft level. We could not be able to do that. When you just take an example of a differentiation of the waste only, the wet waste and the dry waste, how many of us know the color differentiation? It is very less number of people. Yes, I agree that our country can be ready for these electric vehicles when it is having a proper skilled personalities with a proper technical knowledge. When the infrastructure is being spent, not just on this promotion of this electric vehicles, but also on the charging stations also. When it comes to this, proper technical knowledge should be there. And along with that, testing and validation should be the prime one. Even the last connectivity, that rural area should also get the electricity. Then I will definitely tell that, yes, my country is ready for the electric vehicles, but now it is not. I rest my case here, but not my thoughts. Namaste.
Thank you, participant, for your active participation. I welcome next participant. 13 is here. 9, 10, Agri Unifest. 9 Agri. Lot number 9 is here. Lot number 9, please. No. 13. Now lot number 13 is presenting.
Hello.
Well. We till now will have heard what EVs are and how India is all set to take on this new buzz term of the decade. A very good afternoon to all the person who are present here today in this hall, respected jury and the audience. Today, I, slot number 13, will speak against the motion that no, India is not yet ready for EVs. I would like to start with a quote. A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has the chance to put its pants on. As the quote suggests, the lie that India is ready for EV has been around for a while now. Let me break it down one by one. Electric vehicles require a proper infrastructure, a proper charging infrastructure for them to become a viable transportation option. But India not only lacks such infrastructure, but also lacks the proper planning for making it EV ready in 2023. Moving forward, a survey done by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways stated that there are more than 20 million cars that are being run on fossil fuels, and a very small chunk of EVs were seen on the road. Still, as the reports by Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development states that India imported $1 billion worth of lithium-ion batteries in 2021, which even though the negligible presence in the market, we are importing this much amount of money, this much amount of lithium-ion batteries. This states that India has to be self-reliant in case of lithium-ion batteries. Now, the issue is when the current government is pushing towards being self-reliant, how can India be self-reliant when we are getting dependent, more and more dependent on countries such as China? In today's scenario, as we can see that the content of this debate is not that EV is good or bad for India, but is India ready for EV? And about that, I would like to say that as we go further, we can see that India is facing a lot of challenges due to the current scenario of we can see that India is not ready yet because of the different challenges in front of the country. And that being said, as per policy's perspective, there was a policy inaugurated by Government of India, that is FAME, that is Faster Adoption and Manufacturing of Electric Vehicles, which was inaugurated in 2015. And according to that, the government had to run this policy under 2 phases, and which Government of India allocated $1.4 billion for, out of which 85% of the 85% of the allotted money was for subsidies and 10% was for ramping up charging stations. But what happened was only 10% of the documented deployment of EVs were seen in the phase 2. That shows that this FAME policy also did not work in favor of India. Other than that, there are other regulatory framework is one of the basic structures that was not in place, and not in India. Even US, UK, and Europe also misses the regulatory framework. Only China is leading in this scenario. Now, as we can go further and talk about the other aspects of why India is not ready. So right now, we live in a world where we face multiple power cuts on a daily basis. In this today's world of advanced technology, so according to a report by Statista in 2022, we can see that the report said that only 34% of households reported no power outage. And what about the rest of them? I think we all know that. So do we really think India is ready for EVs? The answer is as clear as the weather today in Bangalore. And as myself, I am an explorer. I like to go somewhere. So I also found out a place nearby Bangalore, that is Dharmstal. But I don't think so any EV can take me there because it is 345 kilometers away from this place. So I would like to conclude my speech by saying that India is ready for EV is just like it sounds like music to ears, but it's not practical. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. I welcome lot number 23 as the next presenter. Now lot number 23 is going to present.
हेलो, मुखालिफत से मेरी शख्सियत संवरती है। मैं दुश्मनों का एहतराम करता हूँ। इबादतों की तरह ये काम करता हूँ। मेरा उसूल है, मैं पहले सलाम करता हूँ। नमस्कार, शुभ संध्या। मैं लॉट नंबर 23, आज की विषय क्या भारत इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के लिए तैयार है के विपक्ष में अपने तथ्यों को प्रस्तुत करूंगा। सभापति महोदय, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूंगा, आपको ये बताना चाहूंगा कि जब भी हम भारत को बात करते हैं इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, तो हमेशा एक ही बात ध्यान में आती है कि जीरो इमिशन, CO2 का उत्सर्जन कम करना। लेकिन क्या हमने कभी सोचा है कि इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जब भी हम जो भी हम इलेक्ट्रिक का प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं वो हमेशा थर्मल तापीय से करते हैं, और उसमें कहीं ना कहीं हम कोयले को जला रहे हैं। जब भी कोयले को जला रहे हैं तो वहां पे CO2 का उत्सर्जन कर ही रहे हैं, तो फिर कैसे वो हमारी इंडिया के लिए अडेप्टेबल होगा? क्योंकि हम इसको वेस्टर्न से ले रहे हैं, इसलिए ये प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है। और जब जो हमारा कार है उसमें बैटरी लग रहा है, बैटरी में लिथियम आयन का यूज हो रहा है। जो ये लिथियम का डिपोजिट्स है वो बहुत ही किंचित है, बहुत ही कम है, और इनका जो खनन हम कर रहे हैं वो आज 10 टन हो रहा है, कल 20 टन हो रहा है, लेकिन मुझे पता नहीं कल 0 टन होगा। तो इससे क्या होगा, आने वाले भविष्य में कल कभी भी कितना भी उछाल हो सकता है इसके प्राइस में। और जिसका हाई कॉस्ट जो है कार का, क्योंकि हाई कॉस्ट क्या इसको डबल बोल सकते हैं, क्योंकि जितने ही दाम में हम एक कार ले सकते हैं इलेक्ट्रिक वाला, उतने में ही हम 2 डीजल कार ले सकते हैं। और जब हम बात करें चार्जिंग सिस्टम की, जो हम आधे घंटे में चार्ज करते हैं इसको स्टेशनों पे, जो कि बहुत ही कम है, और हम अपने घर पे चार्ज करेंगे तो 12 घंटे चार्ज करेंगे। लेकिन अगर इंडियन कॉन्सेप्ट में देखें तो जो पेट्रोल का इतना ज्यादा स्टेशन है हमारे पास, इतने कम समय में हम उस पेट्रोल को डालते हैं, तो इतना ज्यादा लाइन लगी रहती है, इतना ज्यादा हेक्टिक रहता है। उसके बावजूद अगर हम आधे घंटे चार्ज कर रहे हैं इतने कम स्टेशन होने के बावजूद, तो हम कैसे उसको इंडिया की इतनी ज्यादा डेंस पॉपुलेशन होने के बावजूद उसको अकोमोडेट करेंगे? और हम जो बात कर रहे हैं अभी नई जितने भी योजनाएं आ रही हैं इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग, गैस ऑयल को, उनका क्या होगा अगर हम 100% इलेक्ट्रिक शिफ्ट कर जाएंगे? और हम जब भी बात करते हैं कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की, तो इन्हें प्रोड्यूस करने वाले कुछ ही मार्केट्स में कुछ ही बायर्स सेलर्स अवेलेबल हैं। तो हम साथ में एक टर्म आती है ओलिगोपॉली, तो हम कुछ सेलर्स को ही बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, जिससे क्या होगा कि जो कंट्रोल होगा प्राइस का उनके हाथ में होगा। आज तो वो हमको दे रहे हैं, कल वो कितना भी प्राइस बढ़ा देंगे हमें कैसे पता चलेगा? और बात आती है जब भी इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन की, तो हमेशा रेंज की बात आती है, और रेंज में हमारा लिमिटेशन हो जाता है 250 किलोमीटर। अगर हम कभी उससे ज्यादा जाना चाहें तो हम नहीं जा सकते हैं। तो इन्हीं बातों से मैं अपनी बातों को केंद्रित करना चाहूंगा अपने छोटे से क्योट्स के द्वारा, कि सपने को सपना रहने दो, ख्वाब तुम ऊंचे उड़ते हो। सपने को सपना रहने दो, ख्वाब तो ऊंचे उड़ते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, student. Next, I welcome lot number 26 participant.
Winston Churchill once said, "Those who don't learn from their past have doomed to repeat it." That's what we are doing from ages when we are following the British, the West, for their overhyped, distorted policies. A very joyful good afternoon to everyone present here. I, Lord number 26, have got the golden opportunity to read it forth my views against the opinion of the House. Astonishing. Astonishing claims were made here yesterday in the event like this about their so-called eco-friendly electric vehicles. The vehicles that are so eco-friendly that the manufacture of them emits so much more carbon, and they are indeed a much more bigger threat to the environment. And I strongly disagree with these farrago of distortions, misinterpretations, misrepresentations, and misquotations by my worthy opponent. I would have agreed that these electrical vehicles are a better alternative if the electrical vehicles can be affordable by an average Indian citizen. I would have agreed if these electric vehicles are affordable, and once they have purchased, they don't need much money to maintain them. Please note, respected jury, to maintain the electric vehicle, we need about 3/4 of the average time. 3/4 of the cost we need is to maintain our electric vehicles. I would have agreed if each and every person of our country is getting enough electricity. I would have agreed if the negligent manufacturers of these battery drivers and other things and the people don't die from these kind of mistakes, from the explosions that take place, and also from the auto driving features like in Tesla, etc. Talking to the modern era, the practicality of this issue is much more drastic. Even if we ignore all such problems, after ignoring all such problems, the major problem is the infrastructure of this country, the infrastructure to support these kind of systems, these kind of vital systems. We don't have the infrastructure currently to support these kind of systems. According to a report of Live Mint, the Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, stated that we have around more than 18 lakhs of registered electric vehicles and only 5,151 electric charging stations. And out of 5,151 public electricity charging stations, only 934 are completely active in this country. So suppose if you are in an emergency condition, rushing to a hospital or somewhere else, and your car suddenly stops, then you have nothing but to pray for a miracle. Moving swiftly on, the major problem in the extraction and this baseless claim that the electric vehicles are eco-friendly. According to the report of world's leading institutions, MIT or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the lithium ion that are used in electric vehicles, we have to make, and the manufacture of these lithium ions always take much more carbon emissions, and the manufacture of those need around 800 to 1000 degrees Celsius, which is practically and cost effectively maintained by the use of fossil fuels like coal, which too emit a lot of carbon dioxide. This is also a major problem. Around 77% of the lithium ion batteries that are used in electrical vehicles are manufactured by China. And in China, the primary source of energy to maintain and manufacture these type of things is coal. Again, it emits a lot of carbon dioxide. According to an illustration in the same report of MIT, the Tesla Model 3 always have a 80 kilowatt per hour motor. And it is the same battery which when manufactured emit around 2.4 metric tons to 80 metric tons and to about 16 metric tons of energy. When we use this, the lot of carbon emission is done in our environment, and this carbon emission always reflect badly to our bodies, and also it is much more than internal combustion engines. This is a major problem, and it is around when a normal gas car runs around like 2,500 miles with a weight of great white shark. All and all, I just want to conclude that it is not a time to use electrical vehicles, but to make some changes in our traditional vehicles and to wait for a much more better options. Now the electrical vehicles are nothing but are wolves in sheep's skins. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, lot number 26, for your active participation. Now I welcome lot number 30 as our next presenter.
Good afternoon to one and all present over here, respected juries, teachers, and all my worthy fellow mates. Today, lot number 30 is standing in front of you to speak against the motion. That is India ready for electric vehicle? So basically, what is electric vehicle? It is nothing but same as a conventional vehicle, but it runs on electricity and needs a charged battery. So we have many varies of electric vehicle. That is two-wheeler, three-wheeler, there are four-wheelers, bus, trucks. But the question arises here, is India really ready for electric vehicle? So the crystal clear answer is no. Yesterday, my worthy opponents said that we have found the lithium ion reservoirs in Jammu and Kashmir. But I need to ask this question to the entire house that do we have the technology to mine, to process, to manufacture, or to recycle lithium ion batteries? No, we don't. The entire lithium market is being captured by China up to 60%, even the lithium triangle also. The top 200 companies which are manufacturing lithium batteries, among those 142 lies in China, and none of them lies in India. Next thing is, there are three essential and prime elements which are required, that is nickel, cobalt, and lithium. And the mining for these elements is very hazardous to our environment. Next, my fellow mate said it is eco-friendly. It is a very short scenario what my fellow mate have seen, that is zero emission on the road. But what about the tons of CO2 which is emitted while manufacturing the EVs? Next is that someone said that crude oil has to be imported, so it requires lots of foreign exchange. But recently data says that 170 CRs for raw material of EVs and 8,800 CRs for the lithium ion batteries now India is spending on electric vehicles. So does this not hampering the foreign exchange? Next point is that the resale value is zero in EVs. There is certain resale value in conventional vehicles, but what about resale value of batteries? Zero. You have to replace the battery which cost you around 7 to 8 lakh rupees. In this amount, an appreciable car can be purchased by a middle class family. The Tata Nexon model can be compared in both the prototypes. The IC engine cost around 10 to 11 lakh, whereas the electric goes up around 16 lakh rupees. It's not affordable for the middle class people. Next, and the crucial part comes is the electric charging points. You will find petrol pump around every 5 to 7 kilometers radii. But what about the charging points? They are less in number, and moreover, in terms of quality, they are very poor in comparative to other countries which are holding electric charges. Next is the current flowing in electric points. India holds around 25 to 30 kilowatts per hour, which requires at least more than 1 hour for a car to get charged. Whereas in comparison to other countries like UK, the current flowing amount is 120 kilowatt per hour, which makes it 20 minutes only for a car to get charged. By this, we can analyze that it is a very tedious job for Indians to charge their cars over there. Next, by all these policies which government is implementing, in spite of implementing on the policies, I would ask that you have to implement on technology, manufacturing infrastructures, and skill-based workforces, because in upcoming time we'll be needing all these three. There is no, you can say there is no fruitfulness in showing that government is doing tax deduction and giving policies for people to promote to buy new electric vehicles. In spite of all these things, they should pay focus and their attention on the manufacturing and infrastructure. By this, I'll conclude that in India, we are asking for something which is not very needy, but we can surely after a few years can go towards that. So by this, I come to an end. I close my case, proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. Next, I invite lot number 32. Before that, lot number 31 is here. Lot number 31. Okay. Okay, now lot number 32 is going to present.
ऐसा नहीं, स्टार्ट। जी, जैसा आप समझ रहे हैं वैसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। मैं अपने विषय को भूला बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ। ये 10 सेकंड का मौन उन लोगों के लिए है जो अभी भी ये समझते हैं कि बदलाव चमत्कारिक तौर पर आता है। बदलाव कभी चमत्कारिक तौर पर नहीं आता, बल्कि सतत साधना के तौर पर फलित होता है। भारत में जब हम देख रहे हैं कि आज हम इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स की बात कर रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स के केस में हमको धीरे धीरे अपने प्रयास को आगे बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। आज जब हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम एकदम से सडन चेंज इस पक्ष में लेकर के आए, तो हम ये पाएंगे कि ज्यादातर केस में ये चीजें फलित नहीं हुई हैं। मार्क मिल्स एक अमेरिकन फिजिसिस्ट हैं। अमेरिकन फिजिसिस्ट वो कहते हैं कि एक बैटरी बनाने के लिए आपको 10 से 40 टन कार्बन इमिशन करना पड़ता है। साथ ही साथ वो कहते हैं कि उस एक बैटरी को बनाने के लिए ही 5,000 मिलियन टन्स का आपको माइंस में खुदाई करनी पड़ती है। तो आप खुद सोचिए कि केवल एक बैटरी के निर्माण में अगर आप इतना प्रदूषण क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, तो अगर इस चीज को आप मास में प्रोड्यूस करेंगे तो आपको किन किन दुविधाओं को झेलना पड़ेगा। साथ ही साथ अगर हम भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में इस चीज की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि अगर आप सकारात्मक सुधार की ओर भी अपने दिशा को लेकर के जा रहे हैं, तो आप श्रीलंका का उदाहरण लीजिए कि जिन्होंने सार्थक और सकारात्मक प्रयास किया, लेकिन क्योंकि वो सुनियोजित नहीं था, तो वो कितना डिस्ट्रक्टिव उनके लिए सामने आया। तो भारत के लिए जरूरी है कि सबसे पहले हम अपने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सोर्सेस को बढ़ाएं। कैसा होगा कि मान लीजिए मैं आपको कहूं कि आप जहर खा लीजिए और जहर को मैं आपको किसी में मिला करके दे दूं, क्या कोई अंतर है? ठीक उसी प्रकार अगर आप कोल को यूज करके एनर्जी बना रहे हैं और उस एनर्जी से अपनी व्हीकल चला रहे हैं और गर्वित हो रहे हैं कि हमने कार्बन का उत्सर्जन कम कर लिया, कितना व्यंग्यात्मक है ये चीज। ठीक उसी प्रकार हमें अब जरूरत है, क्या चीज हमें करनी चाहिए? हमें केवल इलेक्ट्रिकल के प्रति नहीं, हमें हाइब्रिड मोड के प्रति आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। हमें सीएनजी पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। सब्सिडीज तो ठीक है, हमें रिसर्च पर भी अपना ध्यान देना चाहिए। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट करना चाहिए, चार्जिंग स्टेशंस को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए, ना कि क्रांतिकारी बदलावों की ओर ध्यान देना चाहिए। हम क्या करते हैं, सरकारी तौर पर हम कहते हैं कि 2030 तक या 2035 तक हम 100% पूर्ण रूपेण इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स को भारत में चला देंगे। हमें क्रांतिकारी विचारों की जरूरत नहीं है। फिर मैं कहता हूं, हमें सुनियोजित धीरे धीरे कदम आगे बढ़ाने चाहिए। जीरो कार्बन इमिशन, ये बात आपने सुनी होगी, ये पूर्ण रूपेण मिथ्या है। जीरो कार्बन इमिशन हो ही नहीं सकता, आप बस उसको कम कर सकते हैं। तो इस छल छद्म में मत रहिए कि आप कार्बन का उत्सर्जन बिल्कुल शून्य कर देंगे, आप उसको कम कर सकते हैं। अगर आपका लक्ष्य ही गलत होगा तो आपके कदम गलत गिरेंगे, इसलिए अपना लक्ष्य सही रखना अतीव आवश्यक है। अंत में जो लोग ये सोचते हैं कि भारत केवल धर्म रूप में आगे है, भारतीय संस्कृति, आत्मनिर्भर भारत की मूल में जो चीज है, जो विश्व गुरु भारत के मूल में है, जो मैं सदा कहता हूं कि एक हाथ में कमल, एक में धर्म दीप्त विज्ञान, लेकर उठने वाला है दुनिया में हिंदुस्तान। तो जो भारत, जिस भारत की संकल्पना हम देख रहे हैं, वो जितना धार्मिक रूप से सुदृढ़ है, उतना ही वैज्ञानिक रूप से सुदृढ़ भी है, वैज्ञानिक रूप से धनी भी है। तो हमें जरूरत है कि जिस भी चेंज को हम लेकर के आना चाह रहे हैं, पूर्ण रूपेण सुनियोजित तौर पर हम लेकर के आए। भारत की मानसिकता में, भारत की मनीषा में हम जब भी कोई बदलाव करने के लिए जाते हैं, तो ये बहुत आवश्यक है। और मैं आज इस सभा पटल पर, क्योंकि आज मुझे ये सौभाग्य भी मिला है कि आज सार तत्वों में देकर के जाऊं जो सारी चर्चा हुई है, मैं यही कह करके जाना चाहूंगा कि क्रांतिकारी सोच के साथ में, बहुत तेज बदलावों के साथ में और विवेक शून्य प्रक्रिया को अपना करके हम कुछ नहीं पा सकते। उसके बजाय विवेक जन्य, सार्थक, सुनियोजित और सही दिशा में सतत प्रयास से हमें सही फल मिलेगा। इसी के साथ मैं अपनी बात को खत्म करना चाहूंगा, इस बात के साथ कि हमेशा अगर आप धीमी प्रक्रिया के साथ चलेंगे, तो धीमी आंच पर बना हुआ खाना सदैव स्वादिष्ट होता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अवसर के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, lot number 32 participant. Now I welcome lot number 36 as the next presenter.
Hello. Very good evening to respected jury members, organizers, and my fellow debaters. I hereby stand against the motion, is India really ready for the EVs? So my fellow debaters have presented it in a beautiful way. I want to present in my own way, in my own EV story. So I am an enthusiastic Indian which is listening, go green, and now I decided to buy a EV. So in my EV, the major component is lithium ion battery and the motor technology. Neither the lithium ion battery is my own, neither the motor technology. We have imported it. So my EV got manufactured in China, assembled in India, and tagged as made in India. And I bought the TV. Afterwards, I tried to ride the TV. I got the heating problem. Why the heating problem? Because the lithium ion inside is reconstituted as composite material with graphite. And as the ion passes inside the electrolyte, it got heating. So afterwards, what will happen over the charging cycle, it will increase. So what I am sitting upon? I'm sitting upon a bomb. Why? Because even a minor issue in the battery pack can initiate a chain reaction. And that chain reaction can make my EV like a bonfire. So until and unless we have this stability in the EV, I think India is not ready for that. So from where the lithium ion came from? The lithium ion came from Bolivia and Chile, where so much of child labor is put into those toxic mines. But that is also not a concern for some people. The major concern is that secretly, China has occupied over 70% of stakes in these lithium ion mines. And my friend, my EV of today is actually making life of my soldiers in Siachen harder. Because not only we are boosting their economy, we are also giving them encouragement to impact our markets directly or indirectly. Afterwards, I am going in my EV. My EV is not reliable. Why? Because if I am going alone, it can go up to 200 kilometers. If I am going with my wife, with heavy luggages, it can go only 100 kilometers. Because the battery range depends on many factors. So it can leave me stranded in between the middle of desert, where either I will be requesting someone, please give me some power. Or either I will be waiting for some diesel towing vehicle to come and take my EV. Until and unless we have a wide mechanics and skilled labor, I think India is not ready for the EV. So my fellow debaters also were saying that green. I want to say we have monsoon. Even the metropolitan city like Bangalore faces clogged road during the monsoon. We don't have proper infrastructure of roads, of charging. So can we rely that my electric vehicle can pass the bridges under? No. In the cold climate of Uttarakhand, it may go only 80 kilometers. Because ideal situations and ideal people are present only on papers. If Tata Nexon is saying their ideal EV can go 300 kilometers, I don't believe that. So until and unless there is a stability, there is a reliability, I think India is not ready for the EVs. Next, my point is that every coin have two sides. It's easy to see one and ignore another. So even the green of today having a dark side of tomorrow. Not only we are boosting our rival neighbor economy, but we are also impacting our own. Because in the search of diamond, we have ignored our own gold, that is biofuel. If we have boosted our biofuel economy, it may have gone so much benefit to farmers. I am not against the EV. I am not against raising of EV, but I am saying that everything take time and should take time. We have our own vehicle scrapping policy after so many years. And until unless we don't have a proper recyclable plant for the EVs, I believe India is not ready for the EV. Thereby, I conclude my point politely and beautifully that yes, EVs are good option for the future, but every option should come with an alternative. And that alternative is that we can go either for hybrid mode, for the biofuel mode, or slowly we can lead towards it. That's the point, that EV are good, but with the time. Let it take their time and let we take our time. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, presenter, for your active participation. I invite our last presenter, lot number 43. Lot number 43, please.
Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ധീം തനോ 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 തധീരന ധീം തനോ 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 തധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ദിത്തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ധീം തനോ 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 തധീരന ധീം തനോ 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 തധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന തോം തനന ധീരന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന ധീം തന ധീരന ഉദന ധീം തദന tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena dhim tano 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 tadhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena udana dhim tadana तनन धीरेना धीरेना दित्तोम तनन धीरेना धीरेना दित्तोम तनन धीरेना धीरेना दित्तोम तनन धीरेना धीरेना उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरेना उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरेना धीम तनो धनो धनो धीरेना धीम तनो धनो
from lot number 43. Are you ready? Yeah.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. Today, I stand here to speak on the topic, is India ready for electric vehicles? And I stand against the motion. The first thing which comes to my mind when I hear people talking about electric vehicles is the high capital investment. The initial cost of EVs is very high. The initial cost of EVs is very high, and the common man cannot afford it. In fact, the concept of EV parts and repair services is very new to the country, and the old age practicing production lines will take a lot of time to move in that direction. The infrastructure required for the application, the establishment, and the operation of EVs will take several years to be completely developed in tier 1, 2, 3 cities as well as the ones outside. Mining is an inevitable aspect of EVs. A lot of my friends argue that India has an upper hand in electrical vehicles because ores have been found in the Jammu and Kashmir region for lithium. But when they say so, they tend to forget that all this comes at the cost of millions of lives of mine workers. It not only causes health hazards like silicosis, lung cancer, increased risk of tuberculosis, but also poses a severe harm to the biodiversity, killing the natural habitat of several forest dwelling species, contaminating the soil profile, contaminating the watersheds, the water tables, and further contaminating the building blocks of lifestyle and livelihood. This, my friends, proves that electric vehicles are as bad for the environment as regular cars are, but in a not so noticeable way. Coming to the practicality of electric vehicles, the most important factor essential for the operation of electric vehicles is the availability of electricity. But at present, our country is facing a severe power cut problem, the worst in the last 6 years, and 2.4% of the Indian population still remains unelectrified. Today, I am here to tell you all that the country has been facing a severe power crisis, which the country has been facing a severe power crisis. In the last 10 years, there have been 15% growth in power cuts, 5% growth in power cuts nationally. The shortage of electricity per day rose to 70,000 kilowatts per year last year. Our country has an adequate capacity for domestic coal produced thermal power generation, but still faces a lack of electricity, even though India ranks second in the whole world for coal production and produces up to 70 million tons of coal each year. This, my friends, means that India is not yet ready to welcome electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, participants, for sharing your thoughts. So by this, we are going to conclude the session. I take this opportunity to thank all the jury members, literary team event, staff, and also all the student participants for your kind cooperation to make it grand success.
Few participants are already present. So you must be curious to know the results. It will be announced probably in 5-10 minutes.